My wife makes me put a quarter into a jar every time I say something pessimistic. It's half empty. Did you hear about the Italian chef that died? He passed away. A man says to his boss, "Can we talk? I have a problem." The boss exclaims, "Problem? There is no such thing. We call it an opportunity." The man says, "Okay then. I have a serious drinking opportunity." My dyslexia has reached a new owl. We were so poor, every Christmas Eve my old man would go outside and shoot his gun. Then come in and tell us kids Santa Claus had committed suicide. Did you hear about the Italian chef who died? He passed away. I'm giving a speech tomorrow to a bunch of pilots. I hope it lands well. A guy witnessed a man try to shank someone, but the man messed up and ran away. That same guy saw the same man try to shank someone again, but this time the man succeeded. He saw shank redemption. Why do scuba divers fall backwards into the water? If they fell forward, they'd still be in the boat. How did the phone propose to his girlfriend? He gave her a ring. How can you make a slow horse fast? Stop feeding him. Never fart in an Apple store. They don't have any windows. I tried drawing a criminal today. He ended up being a sketchy figure. Why did the Italian chef get locked out of his restaurant? He had gnocchi. What's a horse's number one priority when voting? The stable economy. My son is normally an A student, but he's flunking math. Something doesn't add up. Did you know that if you wore a mask and glasses during the pandemic, you would be eligible for condensation? I applied for a job at a mirror store. I could really see myself working there. Why are good doctors always calm? They have lots of patience. I don't tell dad jokes. He never laughs at them. I told a joke about hemorrhoids in a hospital the other day. It didn't sit well with some of the patients. When asked what a drawbridge is, I always shrug. I think it's a defense mechanism. When I was young, I was made to walk the plank. We were too poor to afford a dog. I accidentally swallowed a bunch of Scrabble tiles. My next trip to the bathroom could spell disaster. I joined a dad joke contest and submitted 5 jokes, then 5 more, hoping at least one would win. Alas, no pun intended. I'm considering teaching my kid how to play golf. But I'm concerned about the course language. Give a man a plane ticket and he will fly for a day. Push a man out of a plane and he will fly for the rest of his life. To the person who stole my glasses. I will find you. I have contacts. If towels could tell jokes, I think they'd have a very dry sense of humor. My wife traumatically ripped the blankets off me last night. But I will recover. My son got angry when I told him sky is the limit for you. He wants to be an astronaut. My friend has just received a huge water bill and can't afford to pay it. So, I sent him a get well soon card. I can only remember 25 letters of the alphabet. And I don't know why. Did you hear about the man who bought his wig from the dollar store? It was a small price to pay. If running in front of a car makes you tired, then running behind it must make you exhausted. Why was the ghost so tired? He worked the graveyard shift. What do you call two depressed bears? Bipolar. Don't be friends with people that insult the end of pencils. They tend to disappoint. I just found out that the guy who stole my diary died yesterday. My thoughts are with his family. Roses are red, cellos are brown. Never gonna give you up, never gonna let you down. Did you hear about the soldier that went through pepper spray and mustard gas during the war? He's a seasoned veteran now. I had to improve my garden soil a second time with organic material. It was a repeat. A police officer caught two kids playing with a firework and a car battery. He charged one and let the other one off. I've just watched a documentary on marijuana. I think all documentaries should be watched this way. A shark can swim faster than me, but I can run faster than a shark. So in a triathlon, it would all come down to who is the better cyclist. Shout out to gravity. It's been keeping me grounded my whole life. A vegan said that people who sell meat are disgusting. I say, people who sell fruits and vegetables are grosser. So I don't know what the word apocalypse means, big deal. It's not like it's the end of the world. The other night I was laying in bed looking at the stars and thinking, where the hell is my roof? All these people complaining about the blurry picture of black hole. They probably don't understand the gravity of the situation. My doctor says that when you die, your pupils are the last thing to go. Because they dilate. Something about splinters grosses me out, and I don't know why. They aren't exactly disgusting, but they always get under my skin. When does a dad joke become funny? When it's apparent. Two carrots were crossing the road and one gets hit by a car. The doctor says, I've got good news and bad news. The good news is that your friend is alive. The bad news is he will always be a vegetable. Why do astronomers add meat to their shampoo? So they can have meteor showers. Why do I always feel great on Saturday and Sunday, and sick on all the other days? Maybe I just have a weekend immune system. My wife asked for peace and quiet while she cooked. So I turned the smoke detector off. What do you call an old orange border collie who keeps getting passed up for adoption? A melancholy. Scientists invented a pen that writes underwater. It writes lots of other words too. I got a girlfriend by pretending that I play football. My friends don't think it's going to last, but I don't worry. She thinks that I'm a keeper. If alcohol can damage your short-term memory, imagine the damage alcohol can do. I got a new part-time job at the chess piece factory that I'm really excited about. I'm on nights all next week. What did Batman say to Robin before they got in the car? Robin, get in the car. My wife told me that we needed to talk. She absolutely could not stand my dad jokes anymore. I asked her to grab a chair. My cousin Bob got kicked out of a bar. He stormed back in, so he was kicked out again. He's my cousin twice removed. I got a new car for my wife. I thought it was a fair trade. How do you track Will Smith in the snow? You look for the Fresh Prince. I stayed up all night wondering where the sun was. And then it dawned on me. What do you call a cat that doesn't play by the rules? A cheetah. I still remember my childhood quite fondly, when Dad used to roll us down the hill inside car tires. Those were the good years. How do knights communicate? Chain mail. Met a French guy today whose face was covered in cat scratches. I think his name was Claude. The invention of the jackhammer was groundbreaking. What do you call a bear without teeth? A gummy bear. Why does the riot police officer get to work early? To beat the crowd. I ate a kid's meal at McDonald's today. Their parents weren't happy. If a group of fish is called a school, what do you call a group of birds? A high school. My grandfather's last wishes was that we convert his ashes into a diamond. That's a lot of pressure. Our basement remodel turned out better than expected and has been trending. It's now a New York Times bestseller. What do you call an American bee? USB. When my wife is depressed, I let her color in my tattoos. She just wants a shoulder to crayon. What do sprinters eat before the race? Nothing. They fast. My wife kicked me out the house because of my bad Schwarzenegger impressions. But don't worry. I will return. It's still 362 days till Christmas. I can't believe some people already have their decorations up. A man was admitted at the hospital with 25 plastic toy horses in his rectum. Doctors report his condition as stable. I remember the first time I saw a universal remote control. I thought to myself, well, this changes everything. A child caveman had a conversation with an adult caveman about their age. I kid you not. Who is the most lonely billionaire? Elon Musk. A history degree is useless. There's no future in it. Did you hear about the company that made yardsticks? Turns out, they're not making them any longer. I asked my wife a suggestion for an exercise routine and she said, "Why don't you try lunges?" I said, "That sounds like a big step." To whoever stole my deck of cards. I can't deal with you. Just got out of a great interview with an amazing new job. They told me they were looking for someone responsible. I told them this was perfect. Whenever something went wrong at my old job, they always said I was responsible. I have a friend who tried to take a selfie in the shower, but the image was too blurry. He has selfie-esteem issues. I had mono in high school. I went to the doctor today with similar symptoms but 2 times worse. Turns out I have stereo. I made a tire joke the other day. It's finally gaining traction. What do Alexander the Great and Winnie the Pooh have as common? The same middle name. How can you tell if it's been raining cats and dogs? You step in a poodle. No more Suez Canal jokes. That ship has sailed. I accidentally drank some holy water with my laxative. I'm about to start a religious movement. How does a man on the moon cut his hair? Eclipse it. Why didn't the shepherd know the size of his flock? Every time he tried counting them, he fell asleep. Thank you for explaining the word many to me. It means a lot. Why do Soviets always write in lowercase? Because they hate capitalism. What do you call an angry bee? A cross-pollinator. I'm afraid of elevators. I really should take steps to avoid them. I have the attention of a goldfish. Seriously, it's been watching me for hours. Someone replaced all of the buttons on the elevator. It was wrong on so many levels. I wanted to joke about the trees. But everyone leaves already before I started. I am very poor. I am so poor I can't even pay attention. If an octopus is called an octopus because of its 8 limbs, what would you call an octopus with only 7 limbs? An amputee. The army just bought millions of gallons of acid. Their objective is to neutralize the enemy base. I asked the librarian if books about paranoia were available. She looked up and whispered, "They're right behind you." Why do cemeteries have fences? Because people are dying to get in. I bought a second-hand time machine next Tuesday. They don't make them like they are going to anymore. Why should you take an extra pair of socks when golfing? In case you get a hole in one. How did the fire fall in love? It found its perfect match. I'm not a very good electrician. People are shocked when they find out. The Grim Reaper just got fired at the shoe factory. He was stealing everybody's souls. My wife asked me to put ketchup in the shopping list. Now I can't read anything. How much does Santa pay for parking? Nothing. It's on the house. What did the math teacher say when he died and reincarnated into an oak tree? Geometry. Did you hear about the mathematician who was terrified of negative numbers? He would stop at nothing to avoid them. What is blue and not heavy? Light blue. I only had a few dollars until someone dropped off a bag of quarters at my front door. I'm not sure how I feel about this sudden change. How many optometrists does it take to screw in a light bulb? 1 or 2? 1 or 2? My dog swallowed a whole bag of Scrabble tiles. We took him to the vet to get him checked out. No word yet. Why does it take pirates so long to learn the alphabet? Because they can spend years at sea. I have a mysterious illness where I seem to get sick only during the work week. So, I went to my doctor. He said it was a weekend immune system. What lunch meat is made from a pig's shin? Bologna. Why is tennis such a loud sport? The players always raise a racket. A group of archaeologists gathered to find the leg bone of an ancient man. It was a real shindig. What genre are national anthems? Country. What do you call a snake that works for the government? A civil serpent. A cabbage crossed the road but got hit by a car. Must have been a bumper crop. Did you hear about the guy who killed people with his writing? He sentenced people to death. How do billboards talk? Sign language. I got fired from a keyboard factory because I didn't put in enough shifts. So they wouldn't let me return or enter. They even changed the caps locks. I see you've dug 3 holes looking for water. Well. What is Will Smith's favorite band? Smash Mouth. Why can't elephants use computers? Because they're scared of the mouse. Why did it take up until last year for Volkswagen to finally manufacture electric cars in the United States? Because it took them a while to get the bugs worked out. Why did the belt go to jail? Because it held up a pair of pants. Air at the gas station went from $1 to $2. Damn inflation. My wife bought a clock yesterday that makes a stupid loud noise. It ticks me off. The wedding was beautiful. Everyone cried. Even the cake was in tears. What are you when you clean out the vacuum cleaner? A vacuum cleaner. Just learned how to pick locks the other day. A lot of doors have opened up for me since then. What has 8 legs, 2 arms, 2 wings, and 3 heads? A person on a horse holding a chicken. How do hamburgers wear their hair? In a bun. I just watched my friend sweep a woman off her feet. He's a really aggressive janitor. What kind of boat goes to school? A scholarship. What do you call a singing computer? Adele. How can anyone think the Academy Awards are real? I watched it and it's obvious that everyone there is a paid actor. Why does Sherlock Holmes love Mexican restaurants? They give him good case ideas. When I was at the airport the other week, a guy collapsed on the carousel. He seems all right now, he's coming around slowly. I bought some new shoes from a drug dealer. I'm not sure how he laced them, but I've been tripping all day. Last night I dreamt that I wrote Lord of the Rings. But apparently I was just Tolkien in my sleep. Someone murdered with a brick, then hid it. This way there's no concrete evidence. I love dad jokes about vision. The cornier the better, my friend Iris loves them too. If you don't know her, she's Len's wife. The world's largest pair of glasses. Would be a really big spectacle. What do you call someone who's afraid of Santa? Claustrophobic. Did you hear that Godzilla had diarrhea? It was all over the town. Why can you fit an upside-down boat on your head? Because they're capsized. A lot of people want the bread that I bake. But I'm the one who needs it. A man in my town has been stealing the wheels off of cop cars. The police have been working tirelessly to catch him. What do you call it when a priest rides the bus? Mass transit. I asked a construction worker what he does for a living. He answered, "Oh, you know, just screwing around." What do you call an Italian with one arm? Speech impaired. You know humans eat more bananas than monkeys. Think about it, when's the last time you saw someone eating a monkey? I used to have a severe addiction to soap. I'm clean now. I once gave up my seat on the bus to a blind man. And that's how I lost my job as a bus driver. I can cut a log in half just by looking at it. I know it is hard to believe me, but I saw it with my own 2 eyes. Dad joke, but I'm a mother. What job did Beethoven get after he died? He decomposed. Why do Chinese men eat more rice than Japanese men? Because there are more of them. I recently began collecting rivers. It's my current hobby. I went to a pickle packing plant to see how it was done. It was jarring how they did it. Why can't you take a picture of a man with a wooden leg? Because wooden legs don't take pictures. My placebo medication has made me feel better already. And I haven't even taken it yet. I was just looking at my ceiling. Not sure if it's the best ceiling in the world. But it's definitely up there. What's the worst part about crushing cans? It's so depressing. I applied for a job hanging mirrors. It's something I can see myself doing. A friend of mine just said to me, "I'm training to be garbage man." I said, "You don't need training for that. You just pick it up as you go along." My wife left me and moved to India. Bet she's happy. I heard they worship cows over there. Every morning I leave my house and get hit by a bicycle. It's a vicious cycle. Whenever my son sees a balloon, he has the urge to burst it. I wish he wasn't influenced so much by pop culture. As an American, it's sad to see that nothing is made in the USA anymore. I just bought this new TV and it says built-in antenna. I don't even know where that is. As you know, SCUBA stands for Self-Contained Underwater Breathing Apparatus. But did you know TUBA is also an acronym? It stands for Terrible Underwater Breathing Apparatus. I came across a pile of poop that was made entirely of bananas the other day. I was like, this SHT is bananas. My son came up to me and said, "Dad, it's cold in here." I replied, "Go stand in the corner, it's 90 degrees. When receiving payment in gold coins, pirates used to verify their purity by biting into them. In other words, criminals only accepting payment in bitcoins goes long way back. A man walks into a glass store. An employee says, "Would you like to buy anything?" The man replied, "No thanks, I'm just window shopping." Argon walks into a bar and orders a beer. The bartender says, "I'm sorry, but we don't serve noble gases. Argon doesn't react." I asked my dog how his week was going. He said, "Rough." I'd tell you a story about a broken pencil. But there's no point. Parallel lines have so much in common. It's a shame they'll never meet. What is the similarity between ancient Egypt and my butt? They have a toot in common. Why did Han Solo become a vegetarian? Because the last steak he ate was really chewy. Why are balloons so expensive? Inflation. Why didn't the skeleton cross the road? Because it didn't have the guts. Have you heard the gossip about the butter? Actually, no, I shouldn't spread it. The Earth is flat. Over 70% of its surface is water, and none of it is carbonated. I was kidnapped by mimes once. They did unspeakable things to me. What is a candlestick maker's favorite movie? John Wick. I was kidnapped by mimes once. They done unspeakable things to me. My wife said, "I don't really understand the science behind human cloning." I said, "That makes two of us." What did Russians use to light their houses before they had candles? Electricity. Fell in love with a girl who only knew 4 vowels. She never knew I existed. If a couple end their marriage over exorbitantly expensive coffee, would you say they were grounds for divorce? Why is the snowman getting a divorce? Well, his wife was a total flake. Why do I feel healthy on Saturdays and Sundays, and so sickly for all the other days? Maybe, I just have a weekend immune system. I used to be an elevator technician, but had to quit. There were too many ups and downs. Why was my post removed? Can someone tell me why my post was removed? I'm a bit annoyed about this as it caused my fence to fall over. My sister came out today and told us that she identifies as a musical instrument. I always had my suspicions about harmonica. I tried to think of a construction joke, but none of them would work. Hopefully I can nail it next time. Why did the woman fall in love with a lumberjack? He was a very sappy guy. The invention of jackhammers was so revolutionary. It broke new ground. What's orange and sounds like a parrot? Carrot. A crow walks into a bar and orders a drink. Barman says, "I hope your friends aren't coming. Last time they were here there was a murder." Why does tea brew faster on a hill? Because it's more inclined to steep. How do you find out how heavy a red hot chili pepper is? Give it away, give it away, give it away now. I had the worst night last night. The ghost of Gloria Gaynor appeared in front of my bed. At first I was afraid, then I was petrified. Why do moths like to die? So they can see the light. Not to brag, but I made 6 figures last year. I was also named the worst employee at the toy factory. Statistics show that Russian roulette is actually a popular game. 1 in 6 people find it mind-blowing. My mother always said the way to a man's heart was through his stomach. Great woman, terrible surgeon. I got so drunk last night, I took a bus home. That may not seem that impressive, but I've never driven a bus before. I once was fired from a calendar manufacturing job. All I did was take a day off. Why did the chicken switch tabs? To get to the other site. The only interesting thing she did was dye her hair. It was the highlight of her week. I bought some sneakers off a drug dealer. I'm not sure what he laced them with, but I've been tripping all day. How do you jump higher on a waterbed? You fill it with spring water. Someone stole the toilet from the police station. The cops there have nothing to go on. Don't go to the tattoo artist that used to be a math teacher. They really did a number on me. Why was Luke Skywalker unlucky in love? Because he was looking in Alderaan places. My dad used to hit me with cameras. I still have flashbacks. What vegetable is only kind of awesome? Radish. The worst part about kissing a perfect 10 is how cold the mirror feels on my lips. Did you hear about the drummer who had 2 daughters? He named them Anna 1, Anna 2. Some of my friends make the offspring puns, some of them violently hate them. I guess I gotta keep them separated. Why don't vultures check bags when they fly? They're strictly carrion birds. I invented a car that only moves when you're silent. It really goes without saying. Why did the duck get sent to the principal's office? For using foul language. A man was washing the car with his son. The son asked, "Why don't you use a sponge instead?" To whoever stole my glasses. I will find you, I have contacts. I learned today that you cannot be whoever you want to be. Turns out identity theft is a crime. A man goes to a funeral and asks the widow, "Mind if I say a word?" The widow replies, "Please do." The man clears his throat and say, "Bargain." The widow replies, "Thanks, that means a great deal." Most people pick their nose. But I was born with mine. Tipping your servers is always the right thing to do. Unless you work in the IT department. Thought I heard someone say hello in Arabic. But it was a false salam. Did you about the gold digger who dated an art collector? She was only with him for the Monet. Why did the mustard lose the race between sauces? Because it couldn't catch up. Top Gun didn't use the right fighter jets in most scenes. It was just plain wrong. I was limbo dancing, and a pickpocket stole my wallet. How can someone stoop so low? My herbal addiction is getting out of control. Rosemary, sage, anything to get that herbal hit. When the money ran out, I raided the garden. That's cleared out now. Some friends have been lending me some of theirs, but it's not enough to keep me going. I'm just living on borrowed time. I was going to join the debate club. But someone talked me out of it. What did the fish say when he swam into a wall? Damn. I had a vasectomy because I didn't want any kids. When I got home, they were still there. What starts with W and ends with T? It really does, I swear. Why did Cinderella get kicked off the soccer team? She kept running away from the ball. I was visiting my daughter last night when I asked if I could borrow a newspaper. "This is the 21st century, she said. "We don't waste money on newspapers. Here, use my iPad." I can tell you this. That fly never knew what hit him. Anyone who can spell the word drawer backwards will get a reward. I just fired the maid for playing the fiddle. I will not tolerate domestic violins. I couldn't figure out why the tennis ball was getting bigger. Then it hit me. How did the bullet lose its job? It got fired. I took my puppy for his first shots today. Poor little thing, threw up everywhere. Maybe, tequila wasn't the best choice. What did the nice honeybee say to the naughty honeybee? Beehive. My doctor got banned from Twitter. Now he is unable to tweet any of his patients. Who is this Rorschach guy? And why does he draw so many pictures of my parents fighting with each other? What did the farmer say when he found 3 holes in his field? Well. I know a couple for 20 years and I have never seen them laugh or smile at each other. They are, in a very serious relationship. Where was Moses when the lights went out? In the dark. My dad literally just said this to me, so I felt it was appropriate to post. I don't understand why I can't see through my computer. It has windows. I'm not sure what's going on in my neighborhood with the trees. We went cycling today and there were trees everywhere and I don't trust them. They all seemed kind of shady. A snake walks into a bar and says to the bartender, "Where did I get these legs?" Today my kids told me they want a pony for Christmas. I normally cook a turkey, but whatever makes them happy. I was going to start a bourbon company. But I hear it's a whiskey business. If April showers bring May flowers, what do May flowers bring? Pilgrims. Using a telescope is amazing. If you've never tried it, you should look into it. My family suffers from chronic diarrhea. It runs in our genes. I asked my friend what it is like living in North Korea. He said, "Can't complain." I came home the other night to find my wife crying on the floor. I said, "What's wrong?" She said, "I'm homesick." I said, "What do you mean, you're at home?" She said, "I know. I'm sick of it." I like the way the earth rotates. It really makes my day. Which word has the naughtiest pronunciation? Have. Because it should just behave. My kid got diarrhea after eating alphabet soup. It was a large vowel movement. What's the difference in watching baseball and paint dry? Watching paint dry does not take as long as watching a baseball game, and you may even see more runs. My friend doesn't remember when we used to find stones in the woods and bring them home when we were kids. He has no rock collection of it. I just learned how a computer mouse works. Everything clicks now. I opened my pay envelope today and found it was full of parsley. Someone garnished my wages. I was really into studying the full moon. Now my interest is waning. Did you know Stephen King has a son named Joe? I'm not joking, but he is. How did the homicidal chemist get rid of his victims? Bury him. What did the buffalo say when his son left home? Bison. When I die, I want to be laid in my coffin on my stomach. I want people to speak well behind my back. I went for an interview. They said, "Can you perform under pressure?" I said, "I'm not sure about that, but I can have a good crack at Bohemian Rhapsody." I was almost upset that my coffee tasted like dirt today. But then I remembered it was ground this morning. I told my cat that I'm going to teach him to speak English. He looked at me and said, "Me, how?" Why are so many rock bands using tubas in their music? They're heavy metal instruments. I just shouted into a colander. Strained my voice. We threw a water balloon fight at work today, but one of the balloons that hit our boss wasn't exactly filled with water. Needless to say, our boss got pissed. Why is spring the favorite season for deciduous trees? Because they are so relieved. My friend couldn't afford to pay his water bill. So I sent him a get well soon card. What does a vegan get at the end of every month? A celery. I saw a microbiologist today. He was much bigger than I expected. What do you call a cow in an earthquake? A milkshake. I hate archaeologists. They act like they always have a bone to pick. Scientists watched the Earth rotate for 24 hours and got tired. So they called it a day. I told my doctor I'd rather do my stitches myself. He said, "Suit yourself." I can't stand my wife's ideas for our kitchen redesign. And I'm not convinced by her counterarguments. I called my wife and told her that I'll pick up pizza and Coke on the way back from work. But it seems she was not happy. She still regrets letting me name the kids. Why did Jack get hit by a sport car going in reverse during his exercise? Because the driver can't see Jack squat in the rear view mirror. A single tiger has killed over 436 people in India. So that begs the question, how many people has a married tiger killed? Just bought a car with no floor. It's great for running about in. I would tell you a joke about the broken pencil. But it has no point. I accidentally ate some food coloring today. The doctor says I'm fine, but I feel like I died a little inside. My child told me they were transgender, and I slowly faded out of sight. As I slowly became transparent. You should never marry a tennis player. Love means nothing to them. I adopted my dog from a blacksmith. As soon as we got home, he made a bolt for the door. I wrote a book about falling down the stairs. It's a step-by-step guide. People keep saying that needles are scary. Guess they have a point. Do you know the first rule of the condescending club? Well, it's complex and I don't think you'd understand if I tried explaining it. I'm scared of elevators. So I'm taking steps to avoid them. What did 50 Cent do when he was hungry? 58. I killed a few people with bleach the other day. I guess I should come clean about it. My son likes to cause a scene by going up to his loft and playing the bongos very loudly. It's a little dramatic. My son has been eating electrical cords. What do I do? Ground him until he conducts himself properly. The other day I bought a thesaurus, but when I got home and opened it, all the pages were blank. I have no words to describe how angry I am. I don't always make Titanic jokes. But when I do, I use them to break the ice. My friend keeps saying, cheer up, man. It could be worse, you could be stuck underground in a hole full of water. I know he means well. For a second I was worried that I lost my brain. But then I remembered it was all in my head. My favorite sport starts with a T. It's golf. I got arrested by the Department of Animal Welfare for trying to acquire several crows to raise as pets. They charged me with attempted murder. I didn't get the branch manager job at the banks. Apparently topiary wasn't a relevant skill. Why did the dad tell the joke? To get to the other side. Children are hereditary. If your parents didn't have any, neither will you. A nudist beach has opened near to where I live. I might go if I've got nothing on. How do you find Will Smith in a snowstorm? Look for the Fresh Prince. My cousin has a crippling, irrational fear of being beaten up by Mexicans. So his doctor gave him medication for Hispanic attacks. I really wanted to watch the International Origami Championships tonight. Sadly, it's only on pay-per-view. A termite walks into a bar. He asks, "Is the bartender here?" A truck carrying 10,000 copies of a thesaurus crashed on the motorway. Onlookers are said to be stunned, bewildered, dumbfounded, astonished, startled, speechless, and amazed. What did Santa Claus say when Mrs. Claus asked him what the weather forecast was? It looks like reindeer. What's the difference between a dirty old bus stop and a lobster with breast implants? One's crusty bus station and the other is a busty crustacean. What lies on the ocean floor twitching uncontrollably? A nervous wreck. What do you call a man with no ears? Whatever you want, he won't hear you. What do you call a potato wearing glasses? A spectator. What does the postman say after he loses a package? UPS. I told a blacksmith that he was really good at working with iron. He said, "Thanks. It's in my blood." As I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I remind myself that you can't always trust Google Maps. It all. The title says it all. Why is girlfriend one word but best friend 2 words? Because a best friend will give you space if you need it. I went to the library and said I would like a book by Shakespeare. The librarian asked which one. I replied William. Will glass coffins ever become popular? Remains to be seen. Who can drink 5 gallons of gas and be unharmed? Jerry can. Which computer sings the best? Adele. I'm reading a horror book in Braille. Something bad is going to happen. I can feel it. I quit my job as a mirror salesman. I made the decision when I had some time to reflect. How did Pavlov get his hair so soft? Conditioning. Did you know 10 plus 10 and 11 plus 11 are the same? 10 plus 10 is 20 and 11 plus 11 is 22. Tomorrow my son and I are getting new eyeglasses. And after that? We'll see. You know what 50 Cent did when he got hungry? 58. How do you know where Will Smith is in the snow? You follow the Fresh Prince. Unexpectedly, I got an error message from my color printer. It was totally out of the blue. A traveling salesman offered me a deal on a coffin. I told him that's the last thing I need. My inflatable house got a puncture last night. Now I'm living in a flat. Why did the estranged dad struggle so badly to tell his adult daughter a joke? He was preoccupied with how much she'd grown. Anyone looking for a sugar daddy? I've got no money, but I've got diabetes. What do you call an all-female team of film editors? The Splice Girls. The king sleeps on the king-sized bed, the queen sleeps on the queen-sized bed, so where does the prince sleep? On the air mattress. What do you call someone who points out the obvious? Someone who points out the obvious. Did you know that Ann Wilson from Hart works at a bank? Her business card says, "How can I get you a loan?" A physicist and a biologist had a relationship. But there was no chemistry. How do you contact Sonic? You give him a ring. I heard one of Santa's reindeer was an expert at meteorology. Because, Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer. Being a dog walker is so easy. It's a literal walk in the park. Why are skeletons always so calm and collected? Because nothing gets under their skin, and their joints work. What's the difference between a democratic system and a feudal system? In one your vote counts, in the other, your count votes. Who's bigger? Mr. Bigger, Mrs. Bigger, or their baby? Their baby. He's a little bigger. Yesterday I went to a temporary tattoo parlor to get a tattoo. After it wouldn't wash off this morning I went back to complain, but the tattoo parlor wasn't there. My boss said, "I find it highly suspicious that you are only sick on weekdays." I said, "It must be my weekend immune system." Just started my new job as a security guard. The supervisor told me my job would be to watch the office at night. I'm on season 8. Still not sure what this has to do with security. I asked my mom how much is a couple? She answered 2 or 3. Probably explains why her marriage didn't work out. Trying to write with a broken pencil is a waste of time. It's completely pointless. Did you hear about the 6-year-old that got eaten by a lion? He was 8 before he was 7. I hear the prison service is debating teaching poetry to convicts. There are a lot of pros and cons. McDonald's has paused operations in Russia. They've successfully established a no-fry zone. What did the 0 say to the 8? Nice belt. They told my daughter there would be ice sculptures filled with alcohol at her prom. Unfortunately, it was an empty prom ice. My wife gave me an ultimatum. It was her or my addiction to sweets. The decision was a piece of cake. I caught my acupuncturist girlfriend cheating on me. That backstabbing bitch. I really like mushrooms, but the rest of the family always refused to try it. One day I decided to cook up a stew for dinner and snuck some mushrooms in, and they loved it. I consider that a morale victory. If you ever get locked out of your house, don't panic. Talk to your lock calmly. Because communication is the key. A group of linguists discussed what the word for the time between dawn and dusk should be. After a long, difficult discussion, they decided to call it a day. They just released the longest album ever. It's a new record. Why are British people so good at chess? Because their queen never dies. I hate it when the electricity goes out, especially at night. I always feel so powerless, as if someone is keeping me in the dark. Went to see my doctor today, he said I'm going deaf. That's hard to hear. What did the buffalo say to his son on his first day of school? Bison. I got in an argument with a 90-degree angle. Turns out, it was right. My girlfriend loves watching Dr. Pimple Popper. I told her she's obsessed with it. Did you hear about the person who invented the door knocker? They won the Nobel Prize. Returned my defective crystal ball to the shop. They said they'd look into it. I know there's something wrong with the Braille book I bought. I can't quite put my finger on it. I recently purchased a toilet brush. Long story short, I'm going back to toilet paper. What happens when you break up with your blind girlfriend? She won't be seeing you anymore. I've invented a machine that helps people wear cloaks. I call it a cloaking device. My wife groaned, "That's good enough for me." When I was young, I was poor. After years of hard, honest and back-breaking work, I am no longer young. Construction work. Not all construction work is equally enjoyable. For example, enlarging a drill hole is boring, but fastening pieces of metal together is riveting. What country has abundant food supply? Turkey. I have a knife joke. But it's too sharp for you dummies. Sales are down, so my boss asked why the greeting cards aren't moving. I told him it's because they are stationary. I saw a 1,000-year-old oil stain. It was from ancient Greece. How many germs are there in Germany? Many. My dad told me someone said I sounded like an owl. I said, who? How do basilisks get into the Chamber of Secrets? They slither in. Why did the man fall into the well? Because he couldn't see that well. Rome was warned not to make Jesus angry. They crossed him anyway. To the person who stole my place in the queue. I'm after you now. Have you heard about that new movie Constipation? It still hasn't come out. A woman is on trial for beating her husband to death with his guitar collection. Judge says, first offender? She says, yes, and then a Gibson. The guy who stole my diary just died. My thoughts are with his family. Cartoonist found dead in his home. Details are sketchy. Has anyone seen my shirt that has a picture of corn and wheat on it? It's my favorite crop top. To be frank, I'd have to change my name. What do you call being attacked with an unscented candle? Scentless violence. How do you make Lady Gaga cry? Poker face. Told my dad to start buying stocks. He went to the grocery store and told me they were out of stock. Why are piggy banks so wise? Because they are filled with common sense. My boss calls me the computer. Nothing to do with intelligence. I go to sleep if left unattended for 15 minutes. What do you call someone who wanders around Italy? Roman. A cheese factory recently exploded in France. Debris is everywhere. How do you hide a new video game before Christmas? You put the cartridge in a pear tree. Do they allow loud laughing in Hawaii? Or just aloha? I've decided I'm giving up eating meat for good. Now I eat meat for evil. Free guitar. No strings attached. I'm trying to sell a gate really cheap. There's no catch. How did the hipster burn his mouth? He ate pizza before it was cool. Do you know how much a roof costs on average? Nothing, it's on the house. My wife wants a divorce because she says she is tired of me acting like a news anchor. More on that story later. Scientists got tired of watching the Earth spin. So after 24 hours, they called it a day. At first there was only 25 letters in the alphabet. Nobody knew why. I was addicted to soap. But now I'm clean. As I handed my dad his 50th birthday card, he looked at me with tears in his eyes and said, "You know, one would have been enough." My son pointed out to me a big rig pulling another big rig on the highway and said it was weird. I said, yeah, I guess it takes one to tow one. What is the easiest rope to stand on for humans? Europe. How many crabs does it take to change a light bulb? One can do it in a pinch. Justice is a dish best served cold. If it were served warm, it would be just water. What do you call the beaver who gets stuck with the bill? A platypus. Not sure if my sister knows any geography. But Alaska. Did you hear about the origami teacher who quit? Too much paperwork. Apparently there is a panda going around killing people at restaurants. He eats, shoots, and leaves. It wasn't much fun last year having a broken neck. But at least now I can look back and laugh. I went to the library to get a medical book on abdominal pain. But somebody ripped out the appendix. My daughter asked me to put a crown on her. There's no way I'm gonna do it. I'm not qualified to perform that kind of dental work. What's the most common word that only contains one letter? Envelope. I don't have a problem if you're trans. I don't have a problem if you're fat. But if you're a trans fat, I'm going to avoid you. Someone once said to me, "How do you sleep at night knowing that people don't like you?" To which I replied, "With the fan on." My wife and I have decided we don't want any kids. We're trying to figure out how to break it to them. My dad was born a conjoined twin, but separated at birth. So I have an uncle, once removed. What happened to the person who washed their clothes with bills in them? They were arrested for laundering money. If you donate a kidney, everybody loves you and you're a total hero. But try donating 5 kidneys and suddenly everyone is yelling and the police get called. God initially planned to use wasps to pollinate flowers. But in the end he went with Plan B. A judge asked a wife why she stabbed her husband 75 times. She said her arm got tired. My son started dating a goalie for a women's soccer team and asked me what I thought of her. I said, "Son, she's a keeper." What do you call a brain and a spinal cord on their own? Nobody. I used to hate the idea of facial hair. But then it grew on me. I was in a job interview yesterday and the interviewer asked if I can perform under pressure. I said no, but I can perform Bohemian Rhapsody. Only 2 years ago, my wife's gynecologist delivered pizza. Still to this day, they both think it's a bad name. I lift dictionaries as weights. It's the best way to get definition. How do you label German bread? Gluten tag. A mugger just chased me into a cemetery. Someone please help me. I'm in grave danger. A study found that farmers who talk to their cows get better milk. In one ear and out the other. What's the definition of a will? Come on guys, it's a dead giveaway. What do you call a moose with 2 legs shorter than the others? Mussolini. I saw a 2,000-year-old oil stain. It was ancient Greece. Here's one from my dad. What do you call hip-hop sheet music? Wrapping paper. What do you call a dad joke with no kids or wives around? Funny. Why don't you date any of the Great Lakes? It's eerie how superior they are. It hurts me to say this, but I have a sore throat. When I was a kid, I wanted to play the guitar really badly. And after years of hard work, practice and dedication, I can now play the guitar really badly. What do you call a glass dinosaur? Pyrex. How did the Mongols conquer so much? They were very methodical, they knew how to do everything step by step. Every time I take my dog to the park, the ducks try to bite him. That's what I get for buying a purebred dog. What's something you should never say to a blind girlfriend? I think we should see other people. Some guy stole my weight loss pills. Joke's on him, he won't be gaining anything. I invited my hot date to the gym for a training session, but she didn't show up. That's when I knew that we weren't going to work out. I got caught faking my way through an ancient history course. I failed because Greek mythology is my Achilles horse. A friend of mine kept annoying me with puns about birds. But I told him toucan play that game. What do you call a careful wolf? A werewolf. People who handle raw meat are gross. People who handle raw vegetables are grosser. Why were they called the Dark Ages? Because there were so many nights. What do you call a made-up color? A pigment of your imagination. Constantly telling dad jokes is causing a rift in my relationship. We are now seeing a marriage counselor. The therapist asked me how I felt. I thought it was touching. What do you call a typo on a tombstone? A grave mistake. What do you call a boat driven by super intelligent people? Scholarship. I heard Will Smith's wife is about to divorce him. Hair loss. I took my worst enemy out to dinner at a steakhouse to try to reconcile our differences. When we ordered the same thing, I thought we were seeing eye to eye, but he still had beef with me. Why would an egg be a terrible criminal? They crack under pressure. Why do dogs float? Because they're good buoys. Did you hear about the bullet that had a job? He got fired. I decided to stop walking under billboards after one collapsed on top of me. I took it as a sign from above. There's a fine line between a numerator and a denominator. And probably only a fraction of people will find this funny. What does a guitar and a fish have in common? You can tune a fish. My son told me that one today and thought I would share it. I've landed my dream job at the guillotine factory. We'll be heading there tomorrow. Two pretzels walked down the street. One was assaulted. A friend of mine is quite well known for sweeping girls off their feet. He's an extremely aggressive janitor. I've retired from telling dad jokes. Now I only tell granddad jokes. Sadly, the guy who invented the fruit smoothie has passed away. He's being buried on Friday. At couples therapy, the husband said, "I can't take it. She is always referencing Star Wars. I'm leaving." His wife looked at the therapist and said, "Divorce is strong with this one." What do you give a cold astronaut? A space heater. Genuine confusion. My wife left me a small note on the fridge saying this isn't working anymore. But the fridge runs just fine and I haven't seen her in days. Why was the phone arrested? Because it was charged with battery. What pronouns did Michael Jackson go by? He/he. I would like to thank my teacher for teaching me the word plethora. That means a lot. My boss is threatening to fire the employee with the worst posture. I have a hunch it might be me. What do you call a pig on a leash? Pulled pork. I asked my date to meet me at the gym but she never showed up. I guess the two of us aren't going to work out. I made a pencil with two erasers. It was pointless. Police have confirmed today that the man who fell from a nightclub roof was not a bouncer. What do you call a magician that's lost his magic? Ian. Why could the pirate captain afford such a nice ship? It was on sale. What does a thesaurus eat for breakfast? A synonym roll. What do you call it when Muhammad Ali farts? Gaseous clay. People think being a waiter isn't a respectable job. But, hey, it puts food on the table. Why is a pregnant horse faster than a regular horse? It has more horsepower. My friend Tony asked me not to say his name backwards. I said, why not? I got bitten by a mosquito once. It sucked. I always order a plain cheese pizza. It can't be topped. My favorite superhero is Typo Man. He rights all the wrongs. My grandpa beat my grandma to death. Not with a stick or knife, he just died first. R/3M jokes. Have you been forced to wear a mask and glasses at the same time? You may be entitled to condensation. I have a pen that can write underwater. It can write other words too. I used to eat watches and clocks for every meal, but I had to stop. It was too time consuming. When I was young, I was obsessed with the difference between a sine and a cosine. Later, I realized it was just a phase. If you're trying to figure out what rocket scientists do on their day off, it's not rocket science. Where do you learn how to make a banana split? Sunday school. I submitted 10 puns in a pun contest. Guess how many got selected? No pun intended. It's not easy to come up with jokes about undelivered letters. People don't seem to get them. I don't understand the controversy behind cloning. Clones are people too. Did you hear about the constipated accountant? He couldn't budget. I tried to organize a game of hide and seek but eventually gave up. Good players are hard to find. A dung beetle walks into a bar. He asks the bartender, "Is this stool taken?" A friend of mine kept annoying me with puns about birds. But I soon taught him toucan play that game. When I went bald, I made a hat out of rabbit fur. I wanted to make sure I had at least one hair on my head. My company gives away dead batteries. They are free of charge. What was the name of the emperor penguin? Julius Freezer. I did the Zoom interview today, and the interviewer wanted to do the background check. So I disabled the virtual background effect. I believed he was satisfied with my bedroom view. My friend broke his leg, so I wrote, "You're stupid" on his cast. I was adding insult to injury. Calculus jokes are not at all useless. They are an integral part of our society. People seem to have really strong opinions about Roe v. Wade. If you ask me, they're both perfectly good ways to cross a river. What do you call an epileptic in a lettuce patch? A seizure salad. I showed up late to the kleptomaniacs conference. All of the seats were already taken. What do hospital gowns and insurance have in common? You think you're covered, but you're not. Why don't people get up before sunrise in Athens? Because dawn is tough on Greece. My son asked me, "Dad, can we watch Spider-Man, Far From Home tonight?" I said, "Why? It is the same movie if you watch it nearby." What's a horny pirate's worst nightmare? A sunken chest and no booty. They told me a mask was enough to get into the supermarket. They lied, everybody else was also wearing pants. I used to work at a calendar factory. But I got fired for taking a couple of days off. What is a Russian oligarch's least favorite dice game? Yacht seized. Why was the coffee sad? Because it got mugged. Not every baker loves their job. Some are just in it for the dough. Anyone can use my French Revolution joke. It's royalty free. A woman is on trial for beating her husband to death with his guitar collection. Judge says, "First offender?" She says, "No, first a Gibson. Then a Fender." What is a sea monster's favorite food? Fish and chips. If you get lost in the Canadian wilderness, don't panic unless you see at least one grizzly. That's the bare minimum. My wife asked me, "Why don't you treat me like you did when we were first dating?" So I took her to dinner and a movie. Then dropped her off at her parents' house. Why did the nurse get the red pen? Because she wanted to draw blood. Why can't a leopard hide? Because he's always spotted. Recently, I was asked which invention of the 20th century is the most remarkable. After a moment I replied, dry erase boards, certainly. I'm an expert at picking leaves and heating them in water. It's my specialty. I have a Polish friend who is a sound engineer. I have a check 1 2. I had to quit tap dancing. I kept falling in the sink. To be frank, I'd have to change my name. What do you get when you put a vest on an alligator? An investigator. Judge asked lady why she attacked husband with guitar. She replied he wouldn't stop buying them. Judge then asked, "First offender?" She replied, "No, first a Gibson, then a Fender." What do you call a jungle animal that can't keep a beat? A deaf leopard. Why do strings never win? Because they can only tie. Do you know how much the sun weighs? Me neither, but it seems pretty light. Why did the bucket go to the doctor? Because it was a little pale. Today, a man knocked on my door and asked for a small donation towards the local swimming pool. I gave him a glass of water. What did the beaver say to the tree? It's been nice knowing you. I spent over an hour hooking wristwatches together to make a belt. But it turned out to be a waste of time. If I was going to ask someone to marry me, I'd propose in an elevator. So I could say I want to take our relationship to the next level. I was fired from my taxi job. Apparently people don't appreciate it when you go the extra mile for them. How do dragons always know their weight? Because of all their scales. Why can't your nose be 12 inches long? Because then it would be a foot. Did you know that the ground at the coast often cannot support the weight of normal houses? That's why they build lighthouses there. I have discovered the joy of origami. It's twofold. Why is airline food so bad? Because it smells like 36,000 feet. I found a spider in my shoes. He looked ridiculous, they're way too big for him. My date was supposed to meet me at the gym, but they didn't show up. That's when I knew we weren't going to work out. I gave my wife a glue stick instead of a lipstick by accident. She's still not talking to me. What does pizza become after you eat it? A pizza shit. I wanted to watch some Disney Plus. But my TV was frozen. So I decided to watch it on my laptop instead, but it's frozen too. My doctor told me I'm going deaf. The news was very hard to hear. I made a belt out of the old watches I found in my attic. It was a waste of time. I really love geologists. They never take things for granted. Why does a flamingo stand on one leg? Because if it didn't stand on any, it would fall over. I just got fired, and as severance, my company gave me a bag of used coffee. They said it was grounds for termination. My wife asked me if I thought the kids were spoiled. I said no, I think they're supposed to smell like that. I'd be lying if I said I got a haircut. I got them all cut. Why haven't aliens visited our solar system? They checked the reviews and saw only 1 star. I was wondering, why is that baseball getting bigger? Then it hit me. What did one eye say to the other eye? Between you and I something smells. How do zombies without noses smell? Terrible. I found out that my computer keeps freezing. Apparently I have too many windows open. What do Texan parents call their male child with a tendency to set things on fire? Arson. The Arctic is a frozen ocean surrounded by landmasses and the Antarctic is a frozen landmass surrounded by ocean. I guess you could call them polar opposites. Why are fish so easy to weigh? Because they come with their own scales. Geology rocks. But geography, now that's where it's at. I declined an offer for a well-paying job. What am I going to do with all those wells anyway? Someone has been shot with a starter pistol at the local athletics track. Police believe it may be race-related. Sad news at the yardstick factory. They won't make them any longer. How do you fall down the stairs? Step 1, Step 2, Step 3. Step 6. Step 11. Step 16, floor. What did the chemist say when he dropped a bar of gold on his foot? AU. If you play guitar and want to know the secret to making it sound better, stay tuned. What has more letters than the alphabet? The post office. A bossy man walks into a bar. He orders everyone around. It's stressful, being a calculator. Everyone's always counting on you. Who is Santa Claus' favorite actress? Halle Berry. Do you know what 50 Cent did when he got hungry? 58. My wife says the salads I make tend to be a bit on the dry side. It's definitely something that needs addressing. Why are there no cats on Mars? Because curiosity killed them. What's the difference between Iron Man and Aluminum Man? Iron Man stops the bad guys, Aluminum Man foils their plans. I have finished childproofing my home, but I didn't do a good job. My kids are still able to get in the house. If A is for apple and B is for banana, what is C for? Plastic explosives. Picked up a hitchhiker last night. He asked, "How do you know I'm not a serial killer?" I replied, "The chance of 2 serial killers in one car is astronomical." What's the difference between a well-dressed man on a bike and a poorly dressed man on a unicycle? A tire. A hamburger walks into a bar and orders a beer. But the bartender says, "I'm sorry, we don't serve food here." Son, can you please stop listening to Korean music? K-pop. This is my stepladder. I never knew my real ladder. Today in class, one of my students volunteered to sharpen my entire class set of colored pencils. When he was done, he spent several minutes trying to convince me that sharpening pencils should be his job for the rest of the school year. I have to admit, he made some good points. My wife says I'm the cheapest man in the world. Well, I'm not buying it. We should all give more respect to those that wear glasses. They literally paid to see us. A priest, a pastor, and a rabbit walked into a blood donation clinic. The nurse asked the rabbit, "What is your blood type?" "I am probably a typo," said the rabbit. What do you call a broken can opener? A can opener. Did you hear about the woman who beat her husband to death with his guitar collection? At her arraignment, the judge asked, "First offender?" She replied, "No, first a Gibson, and then a Fender." My wife's body tensed and quivered as she felt wave after wave surge through her body. In retrospect, I should have warned her about the new electric fence. If Mary is the mother of Jesus and Jesus is the Lamb of God, does that mean that Mary had a little lamb? What do you call 5 ants who move into an apartment with another 5 ants? Tenants. My new pen is amazing. It writes underwater. It writes other words too. What has 5 toes and isn't your foot? My foot. Why can't dinosaurs laugh? Because they are extinct. My dad was an alcoholic who wanted to be a lawyer. He could never pass the bar. I hate mountains that have their peaks in the clouds. I don't see the point of them. Why couldn't the couple get married at the library? Because it was all booked up. What do you call a vampire out on a date? A necromancer. I had my back against the window when I felt a shudder down my spine. I lost my job at the bank on my first day. A woman asked me to check her balance, so I pushed her over. What's the difference between a clown and an athletic rabbit? One is a bit funny and the other is a fit bunny. What did the vegetarian cannibal order as a side dish? Cauliflower ears. What does a janitor say when he jumps out of a closet? Supplies. What's the capital of Europe? E. What do you call a cow with no legs? Ground beef. I'm driving through England, and will be staying in Greenwich tomorrow. Not sure what to do in the meantime. Colonel Mustard's wife recently left him. She left him a Dijon letter. As a kid, I used to steal magazines. It's fair to say I had a lot of issues back then. If I disappeared into the fog tomorrow, would I be missed? Why do shepherds never laugh at a joke? They've heard it all before. A duck was found dead on the sidewalk today. The autopsy revealed he overdosed on quack. Why did the Scarecrow win an award? He was outstanding in his field. What has Mozart been doing since his death? Decomposing. I have a pen that can write underwater. It can write other words too. I have a dad joke about Michael Jackson, but I won't tell it. It's bad. It's bad. It's really, really bad. What did the volunteer say to the magician? Thanks for having me in your show. You know Bruce Lee was fast, but he had an even faster brother. Suddenly. What do you call a plane that flies backwards? A receding airline. I tried to catch the fog yesterday. I missed. I was just looking at my ceiling. Not sure if it's the best ceiling in the world, but it's definitely up there. I still remember what my grandpa said to me before he kicked the bucket. He said, "How far do you think I can kick this bucket?" My friend claims that he accidentally glued himself to his autobiography, but I don't believe him. But that's his story, and he's sticking to it. A hare, a bunny and a rabbi walk into a blood donation camp. The rabbi says, "I'm probably a type O." What's the difference between bear nuts and deer nuts? Bear nuts cost $1.49 and deer nuts are under $1. What do you call a chameleon that can't change colors? A reptile dysfunction. Why can't you hear a pterodactyl go to the washroom? Because the P is silent. Never challenge death to a pillow fight. Unless you are prepared for the repercussions. My therapist asked how often my fear of the ocean affects me. I told him it comes in waves. Why did the farmer withdraw from the cow jumping competition? He strained his calf. It just occurred to me that the opposite of artificial intelligence is real stupid. My brother always takes the stairs, but I prefer taking the elevator. I guess we are raised differently. My wife told me I need to get a stable job. I don't know why she thinks I'd be good at working with horses. We should stop calling it the Dark Ages. And instead call it nighttime. Why do I tuck my knees into my chest and lean forward? That's just how I roll. You think coming up with dad jokes is easy? Nothing can be farther from the truth. The salesman at the furniture store told me, "This sofa will seat 5 people without any problems." I said, "Where the hell am I going to find 5 people without any problems?" Everyone keeps telling me there's 26 letters in the alphabet, not 25. But I don't know why. I can tolerate algebra, maybe even a little calculus. But graphing is where I draw the line. I asked my Chinese friend what it was like living in China. He said he can't complain. Every morning I announce loudly to my family that I'm going jogging, but then don't go. It's a running joke. Why don't fishermen like to donate their fish? Because they sell fish. How do you make an octopus laugh? 10 tickles. What do you call a cow who still lives at home with his parents? A moocher. What cheese is made backwards? Edam. Coronavirus is now all over the world. But China got it right off the bat. What did the duck say when he bought lipstick? Put it on my bill. Alligators can live up to 100 years. Which is why there is an increased chance that they will see you later. What do you call it when two guys go to get their booster shots together? A vaccine mandate. It's 2021. Why are people still using Apple computers? They're definitely not PC. I saw a baguette in a cage at the zoo. The zookeeper told me it was bred in captivity. I was named after George Washington. He was named in 1732. I was named in 1990. I reckon there were actually 102 Dalmatians. But the other one was never spotted. My friend is trying to convince me that sparkling wine hurts his stomach. But I think it's a champagne. I have written a book on how to fall down the stairs. It's a step-by-step guide. Why are fat people good at handling responsibilities? Because they can't run from it. I went to my boss's funeral. I kneeled down next to the coffin and whispered, "Who is thinking outside the box now?" My understanding of how cement is made is hazy. It's not concrete. I walked into the kitchen and saw my wife chopping onions, which made me cry. Onions was a good dog. Did you know that 10 plus 10 and 11 plus 11 are the same? 10 plus 10 equals 20, 11 plus 11 equals 22. I made a pencil with 2 erasers. It was pointless. Working in a mirror factory is a profession I can see myself doing. Just saw a guy standing on one leg at the ATM. Must have been checking his balance. You see, mountains aren't just funny. They are hilarious. A grasshopper walks into a bar. The bartender laughs and says, "Hey, we have a drink named after you." The grasshopper looks at the bartender, with a look of extreme confusion on his face, and says, "You have a drink called Steve?" What do you call it when someone agrees with you about money? Concurrency. How did the hacker escape the police? He ransomware. I don't know why I was given a Geiger counter at work. But then it clicked. Male bees die after mating. Their life is basically honey, nut, Cheerio. Hired a handyman to do some odd jobs around the house. He did every other thing on the list. Slept like a log last night. Woke up in the fireplace. Do they allow loud laughing in Hawaii? Or just aloha? Reddit banned me from commenting on posts about trains. They said I kept derailing the discussion. I built my own glasses. But I don't want to make a spectacle of it. Despite inflation, what can everyone still afford? Soil, it's always dirt cheap. Maybe we should just abandon this sub. The deli near me makes better sandwiches anyway. I am sick of my friends' non-stop puns about the abominable snowman. Yet he still insists on doing it. Just so everybody's clear. I'm going to put my glasses on. I have now went 365 days without a flat tire incident. It was a good year. What is red and bad for your teeth? A brick. A priest, an atheist, and a rabbit walk into a bar. And the rabbit says, "Guys, I'm pretty sure I'm a typo." A lumberjack walks the lands and finds a forest to start a home. He walks up to a tree and takes a swing with his axe. The tree exclaims, "You can cut me down, I'm a magical talking tree." The lumberjack looks for a second and replies, "Yes, but you're going to dialogue." I turned down a job where I would be paid in vegetables. The celery was unacceptable. Mahatma Gandhi, as you know, walked barefoot most of the time, which produced an impressive set of calluses on his feet. He also ate very little, which made him rather frail, and with his odd diet, he suffered from bad breath. This made him a super calloused fragile mystic hexed by halitosis. Why should you never marry a tennis player? Because love means nothing to them. Then there were the two cell towers that fell in love and got married. The wedding was boring, but the reception was fantastic. I am writing a book about reverse psychology. Please don't buy it. I just got hired at the guillotine factory. I'll be heading there soon. Three unwritten rules of life. 1, 2, 3. Why was music coming from the office printer? The paper was jamming. What is another term for losing weight? Mass destruction. An elderly man fell into a hole and drowned. He didn't see that well. I'm sorry, and I apologize, are the same statement. Except at funerals. Why doesn't James Bond fart in bed? Because it would blow his cover. There's music coming out of my printer. The papers are jamming. My leg keeps making a mooing sound. I think I have a calf injury. Yesterday I saw an ad that said radio for sale, $1. Volume stuck on full blast. I said to myself, you can't turn that down. Decided against a joke about tofu. It was tasteless. If we are to be serious about saving the planet, we should stop printing calendars. They're the reason our days are numbered. Why are military tests the easiest to pass? They rely on your general knowledge. What type of music do wind turbines love? They're huge metal fans. My friend said bartenders are boring, which was a bit cynical in my eyes. I think they're intoxicating people. So today someone broke into my house and stole my light bulbs. I was delighted. Why do ducks make horrible public speakers? They use foul language. How does a hamburger introduce his girlfriend? Meet Patty. I finally quit drinking for good. Now I drink for evil. I'm going to start a bed company called Nothing Really Mattress. Queen size only. I like the name of Saturn. There is a nice ring to it. My favorite old coat is falling apart and now I'm going to have to throw it out. Or so it seems. I got fired from my job at the keyboard factory the other day. They said I wasn't putting in enough shifts. I went straight to the bar, bought drinks for everyone there and asked them to put it on my tab. I tried to lie to my wife, but she's a radiologist. She saw right through me. Three conspiracy theorists walk into a bar. Don't tell me that's not a coincidence. Why should you sleep with a ruler under your pillow? So you can see how long you slept. My friend told me he poops only once a month. I think he is full of shit. Why does YouTube continually recommend videos of dancing former vice presidents? I guess that's just the Al Gore rhythm. I lost my job at the bank on my first day. A woman asked me to check her balance, so I pushed her over. I lost 20 pounds. Unfortunately, I was in England at the time. What's another name for an owl beak? Who knows? What do you call a man with no arms and no legs stuffed in your mailbox? Bill. What are the chances of a cow getting struck by lightning? Medium rare. The authorities had no idea who set fire to the Notre Dame Cathedral. But Quasimodo had a hunch. Which tea is the hardest to swallow? Reality. Why should you trust dating advice from a bad electrician? They know how to make sparks fly. Pork factories keep calling me and I keep hanging up on them. Nothing but spam. I could never picture deaf people committing crimes. It's unheard of. An astronaut walks into a space bar and sees everyone on the floor. It was then where he realized the gravity of the situation. How often do I make horrible science jokes? Only periodically. How do you fix a broken tuba? With a tuba glue. Why is dark humor is like civil rights? Because some people don't get it but everyone should. Have you heard of whiteboards? They're a pretty remarkable invention. Two wrongs don't make a right. But three lefts do. It's illegal to sell stocks from inside a bath of sparkling apple juice. Because that would be insider trading. Arnold Schwarzenegger is starring in a new documentary about composers. He told reporters, "I'll be back." Have you guys seen the movie Constipation? Probably not, hasn't come out yet. Look, algebra, get over her, move on. Stop asking us to find your ex. What's an album with 0 bad songs? A photo album. My wife has accused me of stealing her thesaurus. Not only was I shocked, I was also aghast, appalled and dismayed. My sister bet that I couldn't build a car out of spaghetti. You should have seen her face when I drove pasta. I always leave my phone on vibrate. I like the text massages. What's the difference between an etymologist and an entomologist? The etymologist knows the difference. Did you hear about the new bikini documentary? It's a 2-part series that's quite revealing. What rock group has 4 men but none of them sing? Mount Rushmore. How do you stop two deaf people from arguing? Turn the light off. Look, I'm all for precision. But using a ruler is where I draw the line. There's a fine line between a numerator and a denominator. Only a fraction of people get this. Where does the remote go when you can't find it? To a remote location. In our English lesson, the teacher said, "Class, how do we make the present tense?" A voice at the back of the room shouts, "Tell us we have an exam tomorrow." My teenage son was taking a while in the shower and my wife told him to hurry so you don't use all the hot water. He replied with, "The early bird gets the worm." You hear that Hulk has started recycling? He's really going green. Who can drink 5 liters of petrol and not get ill? Jerry can. Why did the Scarecrow win a Nobel Prize? He was outstanding in his field. My goldfish named Nate died. So, to not make my kids sad, I bought another goldfish. He was an alternate. This post doesn't really have a point. If it did, it'd be a steak. I took a job as an executioner, but it's been tough. I'm really struggling to get ahead. What's the difference between a cat and a comma? One has claws at the end of its paws. The other has a pause at the end of its claws. You should never call people average. That is really mean. I wanted to start a line of men's shirts made solely out of vegetables. But it doesn't seem that many guys are interested in crop tops. I was the first person to install trampolines on musicians' tour buses. Now everybody is jumping on the bandwagon. What do people yell as the king of cheese land walks by? Make way, make way. Why do girls only ever go to the bathroom together in groups of 3, 5, or 7? Because they just can't even. I tripped on a bra. It was a booby trap. Police are on the lookout for a shoplifting gang systematically stealing shirts according to size. They're currently at large. An old lady at the bank told me to check her balance. So I pushed her over. What kind of prize do you give someone who hasn't used their muscles at all for the past year? A trophy. What do you call someone who is an atheist and has dyslexia? Someone who doesn't believe in dog. What language do telescopes speak? Farsi. My friend said that my dad's gay. I'm now trying to work out which one. I never knew what happiness was until I got married. And then it was too late. It's kind of sad that Christianity, Judaism, and Islam have been fighting each other for centuries. Hindus, on the other hand, never had any beef. I accidentally swallowed a bunch of Scrabble tiles. My next trip to the bathroom could spell disaster. I was fired from my job for making too many egg jokes. I was laid off. What do you call a deer without eyes? I have no idea. What's a group of chubby newborns called? Heavy infantry. There's no end in sight. I have no control and there is no escape. I'm pretty sure my home is broken. I'm going to need a new keyboard. Why don't math teachers ever find true love? Because they are always looking for the next X and they don't know why. Once, there was a lumberjack who wandered into a magical forest. As he swung his axe at a tree, the tree said, "Don't cut me down, I'm a talking tree." The lumberjack replied, "And you will dialogue." I'm so glad I was able to convince my daughter not to date this guy named Kelvin. He's an absolute zero. If you fart in church, you will sit alone in your pew. My wife said she'd leave me if I kept making Star Wars jokes. I said, "May divorce be with you." I once broke up with this girl that worked at an aquarium. Just something about her seemed fishy. Apathy is growing globally. But I don't care. Bald men always seem to do better in the summer. Must be their time to shine. I call it a lift. My American friend calls it an elevator. I suppose we were just raised differently. What hospital extension do you call for women going into labor? Dial 8. I can't take my dog to the pond anymore because the ducks keep attacking him. That's what I get for buying a purebred dog. I won't use just any equipment to play my guitar. I'm very picky. My psychologist says I'm addicted to puns about textiles and needlework. Or so it would seem. I shortened the rope on the bucket used to collect the village's water. Didn't go down well. What do you call a mix between an elephant and a rhino? If I know. What do computers eat? Microchips. I am a master at forgery. I have the certificates to prove it. What group of people never get angry? Nomads. Replaced a hinged door with an accordion door. This is going to improve our life tenfold. Two wrongs don't make a right, and two rights don't make a wrong. They make a U-turn. I'm making a new documentary series on how to fly an airplane. We are currently filming the pilot. Why wouldn't Snow White date any of the dwarfs? Because she wouldn't date a minor. Every morning I get hit by the same bike. It's a vicious cycle. I always make sure that carry chewing gum with me. But when I go to parties, I make sure to bring extra. Why don't you ever see elephants hiding behind trees? Because they are good at it. I've completed 4 years of being single today. Or can I say I graduated my bachelor's degree? Did you know that artificial orange juice was first invented in ancient China? During the Tang Dynasty. In a couple weeks, all gas stations are going to cut prices in half for a whole day. April Fuels. Do black and white count as colors? It's a gray area. A little insect got in trouble for ditching school to go to a picnic. He was a true ant. Why didn't the skeleton cross the road? Because he had no guts. I'm not sure which mushrooms to use in this dish. It's a morel dilemma. My wife yelled from the bedroom asking, "Do you ever get a shooting pain across your body like someone's got a voodoo doll of you and they're stabbing it?" I replied, "No." She yelled back, "How about now?" Where do fish keep their money? In a riverbank. Did you hear about the math professor who hated negative numbers? He would stop at nothing to avoid them. I just got fired from a job where I made 6 figures last year. They said I was the worst employee at the toy factory. Why date a geologist? Because they know what make the bedrock, winking face. No, of course this house isn't haunted. I haven't seen a single ghost and I've lived here for 252 years. I went for an interview for a job today and the manager said, "We're looking for someone who's responsible." "Well, I'm your man." I replied, "In my last job, whenever anything went wrong, they said I was responsible." I had my first vaccine injected into my leg. My thighs are killing me now. My dad used to say, "Don't be too quick to find faults." He was a great dad, but a terrible geologist. I never really liked Texas. Even its flag had only 1 star. If you have to release some aggression, never yell into a colander. You will strain your voice. Say what you will about steak puns. They're a rare medium well done. The Egyptians claim there are no crocodiles in their country. I think they're in denial. I asked my German friend if he knew the square root of 81. He said no. Can anyone explain to me why my post was removed? I'm really annoyed and now my fence has fallen over too. If you can make a woman laugh, you're almost there. If you're almost there and then she laughs, that's a different thing. Why did North Korea fail in jazz? It lacks soul. Whenever my wife is upset, I let her color in my black and white tattoos. Sometimes she just really needs a shoulder to cry on. In Canada, the government is banning single-use plastics. They're really grasping at straws. What's the difference between a catfish and a politician? One's a scum-sucking bottom feeder and the other's a fish. Everyone makes mistakes. Expect me. What did the hat say to the tie? You hang around here, I'm going on ahead. The hurricane was so powerful it blew my herb pots across the garden. And I thought we'd never see time travel in our lifetimes. Smaller babies get delivered by the stork. Bigger babies need a crane. I was once kissed by an electrician's daughter. I was shocked. I ate all of my 4-leaf clovers. Now all my luck's turned to shit. What do you have when you have more than enough aliens? Extraterrestrials. How do you drown a hipster? Throw him in the mainstream. What do you call a beehive with no exit? Unbelievable. A sweater I bought was picking up static electricity, so I returned it to the store. They gave me another one free of charge. Why was 4 scared to ask out 5? Because 4 was too squared. If April showers bring May flowers, what do May flowers bring? Pilgrims. The other day my wife asked me how I became so damn good at making love. I told her she should thank all the women that came before her. A limbo player walks into a bar. He lost. What's the one vegetable you should never bring on a ship with you? A leek. When I clean the vacuum cleaner. I am the vacuum cleaner. What do you call an illegally parked frog? Toad. Leaving my job at the chemical factory. It's a toxic workplace. Yesterday, a clown held a door open for me. I thought it was a nice gesture. Why did the dwarf get arrested? Small arms offenses. Why do bees have sticky hair? Because they use honeycombs. I don't trust artists. They're always so sketchy. My pencil broke during the test. I wanted to keep going, but it was pointless. I caught my wife sleeping with her personal trainer. I told her this isn't working out. Why did the chicken go to the seance? To get to the other side. My favorite music group has dropped a new album, but unfortunately I can't listen to it. Because it's broken. What do you call a dinosaur fart? A blast from the past. Just read a book about Stockholm Syndrome. It had a bad start, but by the end I really liked it. Jason Bourne finds Jesus in yet another sequel to Bourne Identity. Born Again. Dad, can you tell me what a solar eclipse is? No, son. When I was little, I wanted to play the piano really badly. Now that I'm older, I can now play the piano really badly. I was feeling lonely, so I bought some stock shares. It's nice to have a bit of company. My girlfriend left me to become an astronaut. She said she needed space. I find it extremely difficult to tell people what my wife does for a living. She sells seashells by the seashore. In a house full of caffeine addicts, I found our coffee maker broken this morning. And now there's trouble brewing. Today I learned that most dad jokes are told in the home. They're homegrown. Did you hear about the guy who had his left side removed? The doctor said he is all right. The nurses say there is nothing left in him. Why did the blind man fall into the well? Because he couldn't see that well. Why do rich people always wear makeup to fancy events? So they don't have to look at the pores. What's the best laundry detergent to use at the beach? I'm sure most people will say Tide, but really, any surfactant will do. A woman got her nipple pierced right in front of me at the bar last night. On another note, I suck at playing darts. I was robbed at the gas station today. I called the police and they asked if I knew who did it. I said yes, pump number 6. I tried to come up with a carpentry pun, but it took me a long time to find one that would work. I think I nailed it. My wife thinks men wearing camouflage is sexy. I just don't see it. I tried to climb a really tall tower in France. But I fell off. Brain transplants will never be possible. Change my mind. What's a kidnapper's favorite shoe? White Vans. Today, I'm attaching a light fitting to the ceiling. I've never done it before. I'll probably screw it up. My wife keeps complaining we're broke. Joke's on her, my bank tells me I have an outstanding balance. When I feel lonely, I buy some shares at the stock market. It's nice to have some company. Did you hear they are making an air freshener that works using mind control? It makes sense when you think about it. Who's in favor of bringing back using Roman numerals? I for one. Fun fact. Australia's biggest export is the boomerang. It's also their biggest import. I'm so thankful my math teacher explained a moving average to me. It means a lot. What's big and white and can't climb trees? A fridge. Knock knock. Who's there? Broken pencil. Broken pencil who? Who cares, it's pointless. What do you call a belt made out of watches? A waste of time. A skeleton almost killed me once. He didn't have the guts to finish the job. Every morning when I leave the house for work, I get hit by the same bike. Every morning. What a vicious cycle. Did you know diarrhea can be a genetic condition? It usually runs in the family. Why is the devil in jail? He was charged with possession. Please be kind to fat people. They have a lot on their plate. What's the difference between a well-dressed man on a bicycle and a poorly dressed man on a unicycle? A tire. Don't challenge death to a pillow fight. If you are not ready for the repercussions. What do vegetables do if they can't make it to the bathroom? Pee in a pod. Why did the cops dust Chris Rock's face? They were looking for Will Smith's Fresh Prince. The wind turbine asked the other, what music do you like? The other said, honestly, I'm a huge metal fan. I'll never date another apostrophe. The last one was too possessive. How should you treat a frustrated gardener? You leave him alone. A mime in my town was arrested last night after broke his left arm in a bar fight. He still has the right to remain silent. Athletes get athlete's foot. What do astronauts get? Mistletoe. Who do ghosts like to haunt bars? Free booze. Does anyone know if there is a job vacancy out there for a fantasist? I imagine I'd be really good at that. I went to the library and asked for the self-help section. They said if they told me it would defeat the purpose. My wife told me to pick up 8 cans of soda on my way home from work. She was pretty mad when I only picked 7 up. My wife and I lived happily for 28 years. And then we met. Jesus said he would get rid of wicked people. Odin said he would get rid of ice giants. I don't see any ice giants around. What did the duck say when she purchased new lipstick? Put it on my bill. What do you call when an archaeologist goes out with a chemist? Carbon dating. I can't believe I got arrested for impersonating a politician. I was just sitting around doing nothing. Why couldn't anyone play cards on Noah's Ark? Because Noah was standing on the deck. What washes up on tiny beaches? Microwaves. My son told me, "Dad, I accidentally rubbed ketchup in my eyes, and now it burns." I said, "That's hindsight for you." Why do cemeteries have fences around them? 'Cause people are dying to get in. What's the easiest way to burn 1,000 calories? Leave the pizza in the oven. Why are socks a bad Christmas present for Daddy Bear? Because he will always have bare feet. What do mermaids like to smoke? Seaweed. I want to be a billionaire just like my uncle. He's not a billionaire. He wants to be one too. What did the apprentice executioner say to his boss after 2 weeks on the job? "I think I'm getting the hang of it." Couldn't understand why my dog was totally motionless. Then I realized, it was on pause. The other day, my wife asked me to pass her lipstick, but I accidentally passed her a glue stick. She still isn't talking to me. I drove the family to Disneyland for vacation, and when we got off the highway the sign said Disneyland left. So we drove back home. My buddy keeps asking me to blow cool air on him when he gets hot, and I don't like it. I'm not a fan. I watched a documentary on weed last night. I think that's how I'll watch all documentaries from now on. Man with stammer is jailed. Judge rules he's unlikely to complete his sentence. I used to work at Goodyear, and it was tiring. But at least I wasn't working in a muffler shop. That would be exhausting. If the scientists throw a party, the chemists bring the booze, the engineer sets up a beer pong table, and the botanist brings the weed. What does the astronomer do? Plan it. Not all math jokes are terrible. Only some. What do you call a man with no arms or legs in the middle of the ocean? Bob. Just heard terrible news, my barber will not be cutting hair any longer. He is only cutting it shorter these days. You can't blame anyone if you fall in your driveway. Because that's your own asphalt. My dog used to chase people on a bike all the time. It got so bad that I finally had to take his bike away. To the thief who stole my entire supply of Red Bull. How do you sleep at night? When I was 18 I could have beat up Mike Tyson. Of course he was only 9 at the time. Why is the letter A most like a flower? Because the B is after it. What color is wind? Blue. Why was the child's blanket arrested? For being an accessory to a kidnapping. A man walks into a pet store and asks for a dozen bees. The clerk carefully counts 13 bees out onto the counter. That's one too many, says the customer. The clerk replies it's a freebie. Why did the teacher wear sunglasses? Because she had bright students. No villain is evil enough to stuff an explosive inside a male cow. That's just abominable. I lost weight by putting bread on my head. It's a low-fat diet. What's the hardest working angle in geometry? A triangle. Have you ever tried blindfolded archery? You don't know what you're missing. I'm not saying I'm attractive, but when I take my clothes off in the bathroom, I turn the shower on. I'd like to add stock market jokes to my repertoire. I'm just not sure it's worth the investment. Mathematics is the hardest school subject. Even after you finish it, the aftermath awaits. Today is 2/2/2/2/2. Tuesday. Sorry for my stutter. Today I learned boiling water was really smart. It has like 100 degrees. What do you call a guy with no arms and no legs on a doorstep? Mad. Why are bakers so rich? They make so much dough. My dad asked me if I had heard of Murphy's Law. I said yes, Dad. If something can go wrong, it will go wrong. He then asked me if I had heard of Cole's Law. No, Dad. What is that one? He says, thinly sliced cabbage. What do you call an alligator in a vest? An investigator. Pirates can't finish the alphabet. They get lost at sea. A limbo champion walks into a bar. He was disqualified. Unfortunately, my wife and I let astrology get between us. It tore us apart. Did you know that Silver Surfer and Iron Man teamed up once? They were alloys. What do you call a guy with no arms and no legs in a hot tub? Bob. My butcher dropped my steak while he was handing it to me. Now it's ground beef. Why do I love the Second Amendment so much? I can't stand wearing long sleeves. What kind of car does a Viking drive? A Fjord Explorer. Why was the pig covered in ink? Because it lived in a pen. I wondered why the tennis ball was getting bigger. Then it hit me. I asked my dad if I was adopted. He replied, "Not yet. But the ad I placed still has 3 more days." Yes, I might get caught shoplifting board games. But that's a risk I'm willing to take. What vegetable is cool, but not that cool? Radish. Never challenge death to a pillow fight. You can't handle the repercussions. What do you call a wolf who learned how to meditate? A werewolf. Today I found out that Albert Einstein was a real person. And I thought he was a theoretical physicist. What did Sir Patrick Stewart say to his sewing machine repair person? Make it so. I was conceived in a bakery. I was born and bred there. What do you call the cross between a cow and a whale? Beef Wellington. Thought of this one last night. A guy walks into the bank, pulls out a gun, points it at the teller and screams, "Give me all your money or your geography." Puzzled, the teller asks, "Don't you mean history?" The robber yells, "Don't change the subject." Two slices of bread got married. The ceremony was going quite well until someone decided to toast the bride and groom. The rotation of the earth. It makes my day. I'm addicted to drinking brake fluid. But I can stop at any time. Which would you rather have, eternal peace and happiness or a ham sandwich? A ham sandwich. Nothing is better than eternal peace and happiness, and a ham sandwich is better than nothing. How many times can a nun rip her outfit before it becomes a bad habit? Did you hear about the town that legalized pot but banned alcohol? The residents were left high and dry. I met a girl with 12 breasts. Seems strange, doesn't it? What do you call a person who has never heard of a dad joke? Lucky. The dentist offered to give me dentures for only $1. I thought it was a good deal, but now I have buck teeth. Today I accidentally sent a nude picture of myself to my entire address book. The embarrassment of it was hard enough to handle. It also cost me a small fortune in stamps. Why do scuba divers fall backwards out of the boat? Because if they fell forwards, they'd still be in the boat. How did the farmer find his lost cow? He tracked her down. My wife is really mad at the fact I have no sense of direction. So, I packed up my stuff and right. I filmed a whole season of a show about a man who can't fly, but thinks he can. I'm having trouble getting it off the ground though. Nobody wants to air the pilot. What has two behinds and can instantly kill you? An assassin. My math teacher was arrested for carrying a protractor, a calculator, and a ruler. The FBI charged her with weapons of math instruction. They really threw the book at her. What pronouns do chocolates use? Her/she. How much do pirates pay for corn? A buccaneer. What does a subatomic duck say? Quark. Being a scarecrow isn't for everyone. But hey, it's in my genes. What do you call a row of rabbits hopping away? A receding hairline. What type of music should you listen to while fishing? Something catchy. I had to break up with my math teacher girlfriend. She was still obsessed with an ex. I have a joke about a broken clock. But it's not the right time. Why is dark spelled with a K and not a C? Because you can't see in the dark. Elevator jokes are the best. They just work on so many levels. What's the difference between a cantaloupe and a toucan? One person cantaloupe, but toucan. My wife thinks I don't give her enough privacy. At least, that's what she wrote in her diary. What do you never buy at a yard sale? Meters. Why do teenage girls walk in groups of 3, 5, and 7? Because they literally can't even. My wife left me because of my obsession with horoscopes. It tore us apart. Why do bikes have a kickstand? Because they are too tired to stand on their own. Don't trust atoms. They make up everything. I met a hipster rock the other day. It said it was lava before it was cool. Where do math teachers go to on vacation? Times Square. I asked the librarian where the self-help section was. She wouldn't tell me because she said that would defeat the purpose. It's official. My career is in ruins. I just got a job as an archaeologist. What do you do when you get locked out of your house without a key? Talk to your door because communication is the key. What's the similarity between a hand grenade and a wife? If you remove the ring, the house is gone. I went to my therapist appointment wearing pants made of plastic wrap. He said, "I always thought you were crazy, but now I can see your nuts." If Apple made a car, what would it be missing? Windows. What do you call a drunk person fumbling with their car keys? A taxi. I'm making a TV series about different parts of my gas heater. I've already filmed the pilot. Someone asked how much I know about carving objects out of wood. I replied, a whittle. My wife told me to take the spider out instead of killing him. Went out. Had a few drinks. Nice guy. He's a web designer. Sorry for advertising, but if you need a huge boat to transport animals with, please contact me. I know a guy. What do you call a zombie who writes music? A decomposer. I have an irrational fear of speed bumps. But I am slowly getting over it. I met a girl who raises bees. She's really a keeper. Why do cows have hooves? Because they lactose. A bus station is where a bus stops. A train station is where a train stops. On my desk, I have a workstation. Which side of a chicken has most feathers? The outside. "9 months really isn't that long. It just feels like a maternity." What is the scariest tree? Bamboo. Why do I look at memes on the toilet? For shits and giggles. Why don't Russians use question marks? Because in Russia, you never question marks. What do you call martial arts when a person with a half arm does it? Partial arts. When does Q come before P? When there's a line to the bathroom. I met a genie and wished that I could just be happy. Now I'm really short, live in the woods with 6 other men and mine diamonds all day long. I told my son I'd built a model of the Himalayas. To scale? He asked. No, just to look at. Guess what happened when I practiced good oral hygiene alongside the Grim Reaper? I had a brush with death. There's a reason why Daniel Craig has gray hair in the latest Bond movie. Because he has no time to die. It's easy to breathe on TV. They're on air. If the entire human population held hands around the equator, a significant portion of them would drown. Elton John has bought his pet rabbit a treadmill. It's a little fit bunny. I was once kidnapped by mimes. They did unspeakable things. I dropped a whole tub of margarine on my foot weeks ago. I can't believe it's not better. I got into a heated argument with a snowman, in which he lost his cool and had a total meltdown. My wife left me because I'm insecure. Oh, no, wait, she's back. She just went for groceries. What do you call a bipolar magnet? A magnet. I saw the new movie about polygons. It was edgy. What ages, but never gets old? Dad jokes. I don't like pencil drawings of dark alleys. Too sketchy. My boyfriend just broke up with me for talking about video games too much. What a stupid thing to fall out for. Today I went to see my chiropractor for an appointment. He said to me, "I see your back." Did you hear about the toilet company that got shut down for being a monopoly? They were number 1 and number 2 in the business. How do you prepare for a space party? Plan it. What did the fish say when it swam into the concrete wall? Damn. A few days ago, I met Dwayne Johnson and slapped his butt. I had finally hit rock bottom. What do you call a tooth in a glass of water? 1 molar solution. A man is served a plate of cow's tongue for dinner. That's disgusting. He complains. I'm not eating something that came out of a cow's mouth. Just give me some eggs instead. I got asked out by 5 girls today. I was in the wrong bathroom. How do you get a country girl's attention? A tractor. What body part always loses? Defeat. I used to be obsessed with Phil Collins songs. But take a look at me now. I have to say, white out is pretty useless. If I am not mistaken. I asked my wife to rate my listening skills and she said, "You're an 8 on a scale of 10. I still don't get why she wanted me to urinate on a skeleton. My classmate told me my dad is gay. Now I just have to figure out which one of them he meant. I'm sorry and I apologize mean the same thing. Except at a funeral. Have you heard about the restaurant on the moon? Great food, no atmosphere. Fun fact about root beer. You can turn it into regular beer by pouring it into a square cup. What do you get when you rub 2 halves of an orange together? Pulp friction. My dad jokes and ghosts have a lot in common. They get a lot of booze. Did you hear about the woman who ran a marathon while in labor? It was her crowning achievement. I have a pet newt. His name is Tiny. Know why he's named Tiny? Because he's my newt. I recently picked up sewing as a hobby. It's not as hard as it seems. A gymnast walks into a bar. The judge says, 0 points. What happens if you don't pay your exorcism bill? You get repossessed. Every time someone tells me, "Hey, nice mustache," I say, "Thanks, it's growing on me." Milk is good. But it could be butter. I love watching programs about lakes and rivers on the internet. Anything water related, really. I am actually watching a live stream right now. Hey everyone. I threw a ball for my dog the other day. And I want to tell you, she looks great in a formal gown. What do you get if you drop a piano down a mine shaft? A flat minor. What's an astronaut's favorite part of a computer? The space bar. I asked my dermatologist why she waits a month to diagnose a skin disorder. She replied she's reluctant to make a rash decision. I told my niece that I saw a deer on the way to work this morning. She said, "How do you know it was on its way to work?" Why do you never see hippos hiding in trees? Because they're really good at it. Where does Captain Hook buy all his hooks? The second-hand store. I hate it when homeless people shake their cups of coins at me. I get that you have more money than me, no need to rub it in. Have you heard about competitive camping? It's intense. Why can you never hear pterodactyl go to toilet? Because the P is silent. I told my wife that she should embrace her mistakes. Then she smiled and hugged me tightly. Me and my wife walked into a bar. The barman asks, "Do you want a beer for your wife?" And I said, "That sounds like a fair swap." I can't stop myself from eating every morning. I'm a cereal eater. Why can't chickens play percussion instruments? Because everyone keeps eating their drumsticks. What do you call children born in a whorehouse? Brothel sprouts. My wife asked me, "Did you fog up the bathroom mirror again?" I said, "I don't see myself doing that." I once dated a magazine collector. She had issues. Do you know what the leading cause of dry skin is? Towels. What's made of leather and sounds like a sneeze? A shoe. What did the cannibal get when he was late to the feast? The cold shoulder. I saw a case of beer fall on a kid at the grocery store the other day. He was okay, it was light beer. I found a coin on the street the other day, and it had teeth marks all over it. It was a Bitcoin. I hate it when people wear unusual or obscure colognes. I just wish they'd use common sense. When I get to work, I immediately hide. Good employees are hard to find. I was recently informed that sinks can't open doors. Let that sink in. What is the best type of cheese ever? Goat cheese. Did you hear about the panda that got tricked? He was bamboozled. What do you call a lady who carries people across rivers? Bridget. What did 50 Cent do when he got hungry? 58. When I moved into my igloo, my friends threw me a housewarming party. Now I'm homeless. I think my phone is broken. I pressed the home button, but I'm still at work. Be careful of dating a tennis player. Love means nothing to them. Did you hear the news about the guy who killed Tony the Tiger? He's a serial killer. Some aquatic mammals at the zoo escaped. It was utter chaos. What's the worst part about going out to eat duck? The bill. I couldn't figure out why my brother's daughter kept calling me ankle. So I started calling her knees. I got fired today because a customer wanted to buy a bagel with cream cheese. I told them we only accept cash. I ran over 2 miles yesterday. It's crazy that they both had the same name. What do you call a bunch of stoners in a well? A pothole. How do mountaineers finish a talk about their hobby? The summit up. What happens when you eat aluminum? You sheet metal. What do they call first bumps in the UK? British pounds. My windshield was covered in ice this morning and I didn't have a proper scraper to remove it, so I used my store discount card. But I only got 20% off. What did the Owls name their band? The Who. I wanted to make a chemistry joke. But all of the good ones are gone. An optimist says, the cup is half full. A pessimist says, the cup is half empty. The optometrist says, you both need glasses. Why do divers fall off the boat backwards? Because if they fell forward, they'd still be on the boat. How much does an influencer weigh? An Instagram. I once ate an optimist. But I couldn't keep them down. What do you call a child psychic running from police? A small medium at large. Why do cows have hooves instead of feet? Because they lactose. How do you know a dad jokes is a dad joke? Because it is apparent. I'm not one to brag about going to expensive places. But guess who's just been to the petrol station? I caught my son meditating. I told him he was grounded. I have an Irish joke to tell. An Irishman walks out of a bar. Why do I always feel great on Saturdays and Sundays, and sick on all the other days? Maybe I just have a weekend immune system. Every year on June 1st. We are all dismayed. A man wanted better control of the temperature in his house. So he hired a tattoo artist to put a drawing of a hot drink container on his arm. Now he has a thermostat wherever he goes. You feel like you are being watched? Don't worry, you are not alone. My wife is mad at me for never putting down the toilet seat. To be honest, I'm getting a little tired of carrying it around. Why are the cranberries red? They saw the turkey dressing. Happy Thanksgiving. I called my horse Mayo. And sometimes mayonnaise. What does a sleepy detective solve? A pillowcase. As I put my car in reverse, I thought to myself, this takes me back. To the guy who invented zero. Thanks for nothing. Ever notice when birds fly in a V formation, one side is longer than others? This is because there are more birds on that side. I can't remember that one U2 song and I've been searching for it for hours. And I still haven't found what I'm looking for. I remember my grandfather would always say things to me like pints, gallons, liters, cubic inches. Which to me, speaks volumes. Yesterday I tried drag racing. It was brutal running in those heels. Why do flamingos stand on one leg? Because if they lifted up both they'd fall over. It's been months since I bought the book How to Scam People Online. It still hasn't arrived yet. Florida is the Sunshine State. But clearly not the brightest state. What do you call a cow with seizures? Beef jerky. I'm really excited for the amateur autopsy club I just joined. Wednesday is open mic night. What did the drummer name his twin daughters? Anna 1, Anna 2. Why do flamingos lift one leg? If they lifted both, they'd fall. A cop looked at my driver's license and said I should be wearing glasses, so I told him I had contacts. But he didn't care who I knew and he gave me a ticket anyway. What two keys are the worst at opening locked doors? A monkey and a donkey. I took a massive gamble and just sunk all my life savings into a butcher shop on a blimp. The stakes have never been higher. Will a bear hurt you if you wear a raincoat? That depends on how fast you can run in a raincoat. I've been looking for some new hunting gear. But good camouflage is hard to find. What city do eggs come from? New York City. My dentist is a really mean guy. He always hurts my fillings. I don't think dad jokes are corny. I think they are kernels of wisdom. My wife said I should start doing lunges to get healthier. That would be a big step forward. A band I was in had a Polish sound guy. We had a check 1 2, a check 1 2. How much does a rainbow weigh? Not much, it's pretty light. My electrician attacked me. Shockingly, he got charged with battery. I went on a blind date with a vegan girl. Never met her before. I wasn't expecting to be diagnosed as colorblind. It really came out of the purple. Why do hipsters always burn their mouths eating pizza? They got into it before it was cool. I was selling my basketball net and the buyer asked for a quote. So I told him, "You miss 100% of the shots you don't take." What happened to the iPhone dropped in the ocean? It started sinking. How does the daddy electron watch over his baby electron? He keeps an eye on him. What do you call an American bee? A USB. My wife has stood by me for 30 years. We only have one chair. I forgot my binoculars today on my hike. That was very short-sighted of me. What do you call a scientist that snitches on you? A lab rat. Two is the only prime number that is even. That makes 2 really odd. My friend wants to read the Dune books because he heard they're really good. I heard they're a little dry. Why don't cannibals like to eat clowns? Because they taste funny. I saw a man going up a hill with a wheelbarrow full of rabbit's feet and horseshoes. I thought to myself, he's pushing his luck. My son is a man trapped in a woman's body. He'll be born in February. How does a penguin build its house? It glues it together. To whoever stole my elevator joke. I know what you're up to. What's yellow and hurts you when it hits your eye? A bulldozer. How do you teach a deaf child trigonometry? Sign language. My father is from the Caribbean, and was born with 3 legs. He's my Trinidad. No one seems to like my jokes about patchwork. I've tried so hard. Why did the man fall down the well? Because he couldn't see that well. I hate Russian dolls. They're so full of themselves. I'm writing a book on reverse psychology. Do not buy it. How do you eat a computer? 1 bite at a time. A suspicious man just paid me $1,000 just for an old shoe. It seemed like a good deal at the time, but now I'm afraid I sold my soul to the devil. How do kleptomaniacs like their eggs cooked? Poached. While in labor my wife yelled, "Can't, won't, shouldn't, isn't." The doctor told me I shouldn't be worried since contractions are a normal part of childbirth. My friend is in a band. They have a Polish sound engineer. They also have a check 1 2, a check 1 2. My dad died today. He needed a blood transfusion, but we didn't know what his blood type was. As he was dying, he kept yelling, "Be positive." But it's hard without him. I calculated 2 plus 2 and got 5. So I said, "That's odd." What do you call a typo on a headstone? A grave mistake. Jesus told Peter, "Come forth and ye shall have eternal life." But Peter came fifth and won a toaster. Why did the Cyclops have to shut down his school? He only had 1 pupil. What tree can fit in your hand? A palm tree. I forgot to wear a mask in the local supermarket. The manager told me to never show my face there again. Hallmark just announced the stationery channel. It's pay-per-view. My stepfather hates when I call him my fake dad. He prefers to be called my faux pas. I finally got around to watching that documentary on clocks. It was about time. My wife gave birth in our car on the way to the hospital. I named him Carson. I told my son that my favorite band growing up was the Rolling Stones, and he said, "Who?" I told him that they were my second favorite. Did you know that kings fart helium? It's a noble gas. I fell in love with a psychiatrist. She drove me crazy. I wrote a book about armadillo shells the other day. It's a hardback. You used to be able to get air for free at gas stations, but now it's a $1. That's inflation for you. I was going to write a long story about winter, but it started getting too cold. So I just wrote a summary instead. I saw a car driven by a sheep in a swimsuit. It was a Lamborghini. Not to brag, but I defeated our local chess champion in less than 5 moves. Finally, my high school karate lessons paid off. I passed all of my courses except for Greek mythology. That has always been my Achilles elbow. I saw a murder in a Walmart parking lot yesterday. There must have been a dozen or more crows gathered around a piece of pizza on the ground. What is the name of the author who writes children's books about mythology? Dr. Zeus. Did you know a book changes color after you're finished with it? It becomes red. Saw a building made out of books. It was several stories high. I wrote a book on how to fall down the stairs. It's a step-by-step guide. Why did the tin cross the road? Because it can. What do you call a nervous javelin thrower? Shakespeare. Two guys walk into a bar. The second should have ducked. I ate a clock yesterday. It was very time-consuming. My teenage daughter was just complaining about her period. She said its effects are so restrictive she may as well be in jail. I told her to just be glad she's not on her semicolon, because that's a sentence that doesn't end. For Father's Day my kids made me breakfast in bed. Why couldn't they have made it in the kitchen? Now I have to change the sheets. Just bought a book called 101 Ways to Get Glue Off Your Hands. It's dreadful, but I can't put it down. Why did the dog cross the road? Because the side he was on was too rough. How was the conductor able to get away with the perfect crime? It was very well orchestrated. I asked my dad for a snack and he gave me a peach. I told him I would prefer a pear. So he gave me another peach. What's the difference between a running man and a running dog? One wears trousers and the other pants. I sent my hearing aids for repair 2 weeks ago. Haven't heard anything since. I once saw a Bolshevik walking through the snow. Well, it was more of a Trotsky. Why aren't people in Afghanistan allowed to watch TV? Because of the telly ban. Did you hear about the man that had to have his left arm and leg amputated? He's all right now. Conjunctivitis.com. That's a site for sore eyes. Doctor gave me 2 years to live. So I shot him. Judge gave me 30 years. I bought a wig for only 25 cents. It was a small price to pay. Can anybody give me some advice to help me removing ice from my windshield? I just tried with a discount card I had in my pocket. Only got 20% off. Some people think it's weird that nuns wear basically the same clothes every day. But to them, it's a habit. Once a man said to God, "What's a million years to you?" And God said, "A second." So the man said to God, "What's $1 million to you?" And God said, "A penny." So the man said to God, "Would you give me a penny?" God stopped and said, "Yes, I will, just a second." Why did the florist have a wedding? It was an arranged marriage. A pony went to the doctor. It pointed to its throat and whispered. The doctor said, "It seems that you're a little hoarse." Caught my son chewing on electrical wires. Had to ground him until he could conduct himself properly. I used to do drugs in the 70s. Now I don't care what the temperature is. A man has been stealing wheels of police cars. They are working tirelessly to catch him. Why are fish good at weighing objects? They are practically covered in scales. What's a clockmaker's favorite social media site? TikTok. How does the man in the moon cut his hair? Eclipse it. Will clear acrylic coffins become popular one day? Remains to be seen. I offered our elderly next-door neighbor £20 to let me try out her stair lift. I think she's going to take me up on it. There's something off about my new masseuse. I don't know why, but she just rubs me the wrong way. Did you know you can open your car door with your cargo shorts? Because those are your khakis. I don't know why people say it's hard to quit smoking. This is my 7th time quitting this week. I like the way Earth rotates. It really makes my day. What do you call the herbs in a soup? Superb. My girlfriend just told me she wants some time and distance. I think she wants to calculate velocity. What do you call a teacher who never farts in public? A private tutor. If you get locked out, talk to the lock calmly. Communication is the key. What did the Japanese cannibal eat for dinner? Ramen. A neutron walks into a bar. It orders a beer, and asks, "How much?" The bartender replies, "For you, no charge." Did you hear about the man going around painting people's houses illegally? They caught him red-handed. Why were the Olympic athletes in Tokyo so hot? Because fans were not allowed. I was asked if I could name 2 structures which hold water. I was like, well, damn. Can dog hair be used as DNA evidence in a crime? Asking for a man's best friend. The sun doesn't need to go to college. It already has 28 million degrees. Never get a tuxedo made out of playing cards. It'll never suit you. I got kicked out of the casino last night. Slight misunderstanding about the craps table. The closest to experiencing life as a hot woman most guys get to feel is walking into a car dealership. Desperate, slightly unpleasant men will be clamoring for your interest. Eating caterpillars makes me anxious. My stomach is filled with butterflies. My calculator only has enough power left to do one calculation. I really have to make it count. If January threw a parade, would February march? No, but April may. Why can't you trust atoms? Because they make up everything. I asked my son what he got me for Father's Day. He said nothing since I was supposed to get him something on Sunday. Two trees met on Tinder. They are now kindling a romance. Have you heard the joke about the opposite of artificial intelligence? It's real stupid. We all know where the Big Apple is, but does anyone know where the Minneapolis? I entered in a room full of married people. There wasn't a single person there. Why could the grill never keep a job? He kept getting fired. When my grandpa was on his deathbed, death offered him 10 more years of life if he could beat him in a pillow fight, but he refused. He was afraid of the repercussions. Do you know why penguins would be amazing race car drivers? Because they always start on the pole position. What do you call a teacher who silently farts in the classroom? A private tutor. What does a garlic do when it gets hot? It takes all its cloves off. My grandfather always said, don't be so quick to find faults. Wonderful man, terrible geologist. What do you call a hippie's wife? Mississippi. Air at the gas station used to be free. Now it's $1.50. Do you know why? Inflation. Why do humans have different blood groups? So mosquitoes can enjoy different flavors. When a short person waves at you, it's a microwave. My wife told me to stop acting like a flamingo. So I had to put my foot down. The adjective for metal is metallic. But not so for iron, which is quite ironic. I opened a children's zoo, but it had to be closed down. 5 children escaped. Have you heard that new pirate song? It has a great hook. Did you know Stephen King has a son named Joe? I'm not joking, but he is. Why don't ants get sick? Because they have strong antibodies. What has 2 gray legs and 2 brown legs? An elephant with diarrhea. Someone drilled a hole into the fence around the nudist colony. Police are looking into it. The police arrested a dog for giving birth on the street. It was littering. My wife got really mad when I told her she had no sense of direction. She packed up her bags and right. My friend wanted to buy a Ukrainian flag to show support. Being helpful, I pointed out who is all the flags. The Poles. Why is every number below 0 having a rough time? It's all negatives for them. Did you hear the one about the dwarf psychic who'd escaped from prison? He was a small medium at large. Anyone wants to hear a roof joke? It's on the house. I just got given a book of egg jokes. I might crack a few. How does the moon get a haircut? Eclipse it. If you come to a line of cats, why do you have to pay to cross it? Because it's a feline. My family doesn't appreciate my humor. What do you call a dictionary on drugs? High definition. Where do Alcoholic Robot go to get help? Alcoholics Autonomous. What type of earrings does a basketball wear? Hoops. Why do scuba divers always fall backwards into the water? Because if they fall forwards, they would land in the boat. When I die, I want my ashes placed into an hourglass for my family, so they can check on me time after time. I told my wife she was drawing her eyebrows too high. She looked surprised. My 8-year-old daughter made this up today. Why did the car have a bellyache? Because it had gas. I don't often tell dad jokes. But when I do, he laughs. Why is Iowa the best state for telling dad jokes? It's the corniest. I always get nostalgic putting my car in reverse. It really takes me back. What does salad say when it's time to go? Let us leave. I would like to personally thank my student loan provider for getting me through college. I don't think I can ever repay you. How many optometrists does it take to screw in a light bulb? Is it 1 or 2? 1 or 2? My 5-year-old son has started asking awkward questions about the human body. I suppose the freezer wasn't the best place to hide it. I invented a new word today. Plagiarism. Why were they called the Dark Ages? Because there were a lot of nights. What do you call 100 little sheep rolling down a hill? A landslide. Swords will never go out of style. They are cutting-edge technology. Did you know that there is a grape surplus in France due to the heat wave? Just raise an awareness on current issues. My boss asked if I can perform under pressure? No, I said, but I can give Bohemian Rhapsody a try. A guy tried selling me a coffin. That's the last thing I need. My friend just told me that his beloved Swedish car was stolen today. It was quite a sob story. What happens when you throw a blue rock into the Red Sea? It gets wet. What is a balloon's least favorite type of music? Pop music. Why don't robots have brothers? Because they always have transistors. My wife has just phoned me to say that 3 girls in her office have received flowers and they are absolutely gorgeous. I said, that's probably why. Did you hear about the guy whose ears suddenly disappeared? Neither did he. A guy walks into a bar and is disqualified from the limbo contest. I used to be addicted to the hokey pokey. Good thing I turned myself around. Every morning I announce loudly to my family I'm going jogging, but then don't go. It's a running joke. My daughter's skin is all red and bumpy, but I'm not sure how to treat it. I don't want to make a rash decision. Every morning at the breakfast table, I tell my kids I'm going for a jog, but then I don't. It's a running joke. How do you get down off of an elephant? You don't, you get down off of a goose. I always knock on the fridge before opening it. Just in case there is a salad dressing. I once watched a couple of cows smoke weed and play poker. I guess the stakes were pretty high. Did you hear the joke about the statistician? Probably. What do you call the people that take care of hens? Chicken tenders. Why did the Avengers start putting advertisements on the Hulk? He's basically a giant banner. How much does a rainbow weigh? Not much, they're actually pretty light. I recently read a biography of Levi Strauss and his innovative approach to blue jeans. It was riveting. People who say age is just a number are wrong. It's a word. Someone has glued my pack of cards together. I don't know how to deal with it. In an interview, the boss asked me, "Do you have any experience?" I told him yes, this is my 20th interview. What's the difference between some and somewhat? But not everyone believes me when I tell them. What kind of music are balloons afraid of? Pop music. What did the drummer call his two daughters? Anna 1, Anna 2. What do you call a brief article on circumcision? A snippet. When does a bad joke become a dad joke? When it becomes apparent. Did you hear how popular the local cemetery is? Everyone's dying to get in. Which sport has 4 letters and starts with T? Golf. A salesperson came to my door yesterday trying to sell me a coffin. I told him, that's the last thing I need. Jeff, a semicolon, and an Oxford comma walk into a bar. They both have a great time. I like it when the earth rotates. It really makes my day. My favorite childhood memory is building sand castles with my grandfather. Until my mother took the urn from me. It's insane to me that monkey bars are allowed on playgrounds. I mean, the whole point is that there are kids there. Should we really be encouraging monkeys to drink in front of children? I recently came into a lot of money. That's why I got fired from the bank. My girlfriend dumped me, so I stole a wheelchair. Guess who came crawling back? How long does it take to make a set of car tires? A good year or 2. Why didn't Noah go fishing? He only had 2 worms. I can immediately tell if someone is lying. I can also tell if they are standing. They say wine improves with age. But I'm 87 and I still hate it. What is so great about that whiteboard? It's remarkable. Why did the shopping cart quit its job? It was tired of being pushed around. If Ben Franklin were still alive today, what would he be best known for? Probably his age. Why is George Washington standing in all of his portraits? He couldn't lie. I called animal welfare today and said, "I've just found a suitcase in the woods containing 4 kittens." "That's terrible," she replied, Are they moving? I'm not sure, to be honest, I said, but if they were, that would explain the suitcase. To the guy that invented zero. Thanks for nothing. I suffer from serious kleptomania. When it gets really bad, I have to take something for it. A road worker was accused of theft. He denied it, but when they searched his truck, all of the signs were there. How much does Santa pay to park the sleigh? Nothing, it's on the house. When I was young, my mom would tear out the last page of all my comics. She wouldn't tell me why. I had to draw my own conclusions. I told my doctor that I've broken my arm in 2 places. He suggested that I shouldn't visit these 2 places again. A man walks into his doctor's office and says, "Doctor, I think I'm addicted to Twitter." The doctor looks at him and says, "Sorry, I don't follow you." Believing only 12.5% of the Bible makes you an atheist. What do you call a bird that's afraid of heights? Chicken. The police officer was crying while he wrote me a ticket. I guess it really was a moving violation. Why nurses carry a red pen? In case they need to draw blood. Next time, before you do criticize someone, walk a mile in their shoes. Then when you do criticize the person, you would be a mile away already. Someone told me I'm not the sharpest tool in the shed. What does that mean? Someone was trying to sell a glass door to me. But I saw right through it. I got fired from my bank job. Because a lady asked me to check her balance, so I pushed her over. They're building a mirror factory in my town. I could see myself working there. Why do firemen walk around with an axe during a fire? Because it's not a drill. Why does everyone in America wear sleeveless tops? Because in the US they have the right to bear arms. My cow just wandered into a field of marijuana. The stakes have never been so high. How does a musician calm down? He finds his composer. You know how in Greek mythology people who died tragically were sometimes placed among the stars by the gods? That's a constellation prize. People think the word icy is easy to spell. Come to think of it, I see why. Why aren't suitcases made from fungi? Because they don't have mushroom. I had to fire the kid who was mowing my lawn. He just wasn't cutting it. I found out my dog is Himalayan. I always find Himalayan on the couch. What's a pirate's least favorite vegetable? Leeks. I would make a few jokes about the unemployed. However, none of them work. Why do cows have bells? Because their horns don't work. What's the difference between a poorly dressed man on a bicycle and a well-dressed man on a tricycle? A tire. If you're feeling depressed, try drinking a gallon of water before you go to sleep. It'll give you a reason to get out of bed in the morning. I can't take my dog to the park anymore. He gets attacked by ducks every time I would go for a walk. I guess that's what I get for having a purebred dog. The cannibal felt sick after the debate. He must have eaten something that disagreed with him. What did the lifeguard say to the hippie drowning in the sea? You're too far out, man. I love telling dad jokes. Sometimes, he laughs. You know, for their time, guillotines were rather cutting-edge technology. What do you call a dinosaur with a great vocabulary? A thesaurus. What was the name of the knight who always caught King Arthur off guard? Surprise. Did you hear about the vegan transgender? He was her before. How do you stop Canadian bacon from curling in your frying pan? You take away their little brooms. Why are spiders so smart? They can find everything on the web. My family isn't really into pancakes. We're more of a waffle house. Why aren't there any casinos in Africa? Too many cheetahs. What does an attorney wear to work? A lawsuit. My cloning experiments finally paid off. I'm so excited, I'm beside myself. What's the least spoken language in the world? Sign language. I called the cops on my son because he refused to go to bed. He was resisting arrest. How many tickles does it take to make an octopus laugh? #10 tickles. I had a really great conversation with a dolphin yesterday. I don't know, we just clicked. I know someone that was offered a position with the outside Peanut Corporation. Come to find out it was a shell company. Asked my doctor if yoga was the best antidepressant available. He said that it was a bit of a stretch. What's the difference between an actor and a burnt rodent? One is Chris Pratt and the other is a crisp rat. What does it mean when your nose runs and your feet smell? You're built upside down. Did you hear about the pirate who had trouble with the alphabet? He always got lost at sea. A man walks into a tattoo parlor holding a small bird in his hands. The tattoo artist looks at him, confused. The man asked, "Tit for tat?" I told my son he shouldn't listen to losers. Now he won't talk to me. Why can't atheists solve exponents? They don't believe in a higher power. A man with authority walks into a bar. He orders everyone around. What do you call a pregnant person in a suit of armor? Bump in the night. What did the left eye say to the right eye? Between you and me, something smells. I've never had good luck with Civil War jokes. People don't generally find them funny. What's the longest boy name? Miles. There is no reason to tailgate me while I'm doing 75 in a 50. And turn off those flashing blue lights on your car. They look ridiculous. Why do mermaids wear seashells on their chest? Because A and B shells don't fit. My wife traumatically ripped the blankets off me last night. But I will recover. What do you call a policeman in bed? An undercover cop. I've been using my new U2 navigation system this week and it's the worst. The streets have no name and I still haven't found what I'm looking for. Why is a bee's hair sticky? Because they use honeycombs. My wife said she wanted a new diamond, so I gave her a stone. I hold her if she holds on to it as hard as she does the past, she would have one. What's the best kind of jokes to tell while on quarantine? Inside jokes. A termite walked into a tavern and said, "Is the bartender here?" How does a hippie polygamist count his wives? 1 Mrs. Hippie, 2 Mrs. Hippie, 3 Mrs. Hippie. The Black Eyed Peas can sing us a tune. But the chickpeas can only hum us one. Welcome to Plastic Surgery Addicts Anonymous. I see a few new faces here this week and I must say I'm very disappointed. It makes no sense that the town in Cars is called Radiator Springs. That would be like a town in our world called Liverpool. How do astronauts make sure their mission goes smoothly? They plan it. R.I.P. boiling water. You will be missed. Why do you never see elephants hiding up in trees? Because they're very good at it. I ordered the rabbit stew for dinner. It was delicious, but I told the waiter I'd send it back. Because there was a hair in it. How can you tell if your neighbor is a highway robber? All the signs will be there. Why don't you want to be captured by a gang of mimes? They will do unspeakable things to you. I washed the car with my son. Should have used a sponge instead. What do you call a vegan dinosaur? Falafel raptor. What do you call a can opener that doesn't work? A can opener. My mum just found out I replaced her bed with a trampoline. She hit the roof. It's surprising that the top of Big Ben has taken 5 years to complete. They must have been working around the clock. How do nerds find the toilet? They ask for the IP address. I'm sorry, I won't be buying ingredients for soup anytime soon. The stock market is terrible. My therapist just told me I have extreme difficulty in picking up social cues. I think she is in love with me. Asked for an extension on my sewage bill. They said they're not going to take my shit anymore. I got fired from my job as a courier. I just wasn't delivering. Did you hear about the guy who broke the world record for fitting into the largest shoes? It was no small feat. I asked my date to meet me at the gym, but she didn't show up. I guess we won't work out. Did you hear about the pregnant bed bug? She's having her baby in the spring. What did the buffalo say when his son left for college? Bison. What word in the dictionary is always spelt backwards? Backwards. If you're unable to hold your bladder in the Netherlands. European. Did you hear about the car with a wooden engine, wooden wheels, and wooden gas tank? It wouldn't go. My wife tried to apply at the post office, but they would not let her. They said only males work here. Communists make the best comedians because when they tell a joke, everybody gets it. I know this is a crappy repost, but I just want what the other guy got. Why do pirates like to watch boxing? Because they can all appreciate a strong right hook. I've got this terrible disease where I can't stop telling airport jokes. My doctor says it's terminal. I once had a plaque of a cat's butt on our mantel over the fireplace. My wife said it was a catastrophe. Did you hear about the guy who put a lion on a hot air balloon? It caused an uproar. People are shocked when they find out what a bad electrician I am. Why did Santa use the window instead of the chimney? Because he's claustrophobic. I could try to make a funny joke about yoga, but it's a stretch. What do you call a number that wanders about? A Roman numeral. A child insulted me at the playground. I would have let it slide, but then he took a swing at me. What do you call a fat psychic? A fortune teller. I hear in Africa they tried an experiment where they bless the rains. It was a total failure. Did I tell you about my coworker that got his paycheck in the mail? He opened the letter, and it was full of parsley. They had garnished his wages. Why do goths color their hair black? Because they would rather die than conform to the masses. Whoever stole my copy of Microsoft Office, I will get you. You have my word. I walked into Starbucks today and asked for the mildest roast. He said you have the most average ears. What is the leading cause of dry skin? Towels. I rarely tell dad jokes. But when I do, he laughs. I learned the difference between an alligator and a crocodile. An alligator will see you later and a crocodile will see you after a while. Will glass coffins become popular? Remains to be seen. How did the pharaohs convince people to build their monuments? It was a pyramid scheme. For several years on Saturday mornings I take my family to the farmer's market. But I haven't sold one of them yet. What sound does a bouncy plane make? Boeing. I bought a dog off a blacksmith today, and as soon as I got home, it made a bolt for the door. I took my pet pig to the vet because she was feeling sick. The vet told me to return in a couple hours, so I did. When I came back, the vet presented me with a ham. I looked at him, confused, and he said I cured her. My wife and I were really happy for 20 years. Then we met. The guy who received the first pig heart transplant gave a radio interview yesterday. I tried to listen, but I could only hear crackling. Why do liberals hate dentists? Because dentists make teeth straight and white. What's one thing you must do before you turn 30 years old? Turn 29 years old. My girlfriend knew I was an anesthesiologist the whole time. That's why she didn't feel anything. I had beef with my mom. Now I'm grounded. Why does a moon rock taste better than an earth rock? Because it's a little meatier. Ducks don't make good doctors. Turns out they're all quacks. What happens if you don't pay the exorcist? You get repossessed. I ordered a Hawaiian pizza today, and it was burnt. It should have been cooked at aloha temperature. It's my wife's birthday next week and she's been leaving jewelry catalogs all over our place. So I got her a magazine rack. My car just got rear-ended by a dwarf. His car is wrecked, my car is fine. He says, well, I'm not happy. So I said, well, which one are you? What's a cannibal's favorite shampoo? Head and Shoulders. When I moved into my new igloo, my friends threw a housewarming party. Now I'm homeless. If you're American before you enter the bathroom, and you're American when you exit the bathroom, what are you when you're inside the bathroom? European. The secret behind a dad joke is in the delivery. Is what the mailman keeps telling my son. Two limbo players walk into a bar. They lost. You will fail your calculus exam if you sit next to identical twins. It's hard to differentiate between them. What do you call a teenager who never grows up? Constantine. What did the cannibal choose as his last meal? 5 Guys. My son told me he wants to be a cowboy, so I had to give him the bad news. He's stuck being a human boy. Why do astronauts use Linux? Because they can't open Windows. What does a dollar bill say to another? Never change. Tequila may not fix your life, but it's worth a shot. What did Sherlock Holmes reply when asked about what rocks are formed by accumulation of minerals? Sedimentary, my dear Watson. Steve Jobs would have made a better president than Donald Trump. But that's comparing apples to oranges. Why do seals swim in salt water? Because pepper water makes them sneeze. Did you all hear about the witch who failed her English exams? She couldn't spell. Sometimes folks are surprised to find out I was named after my dad. But I always have to ask, how would I have been named before him? A ham sandwich walks into a bar and orders a beer. Bartender says, sorry, we don't serve food here. As I suspected, someone has been adding soil to my garden. The plot thickens. Don't ever get into a pillow fight with death. You just can't handle the repercussions. Butcher arrested for throwing meat at customers. He sure liked to chuck roast. What do you call it when Batman skips church? Christian Bale. How did the programmer eat his hard disk? 1 bite at a time. Did you know having a certain blood type makes you more optimistic? It's B positive. Why did the Aztec owl not know what the other 2 owls were saying to each other? They were in cahoots. A man was arrested for robbing a library. They threw the book at him. Do you know why leather armor is good for sneaking? Because it's literally made of hide. My son left home to become a mime. We haven't heard from him since. Why are detectives so spicy? Because they get jalapeno business. What's the difference between a comma and a coma? The duration of the pause. I accidentally took a double dose of my anxiety meds. Well, at least I won't be worrying about the possible consequences. If you are taking a calculus exam, make sure you don't sit between identical twins. It's difficult to differentiate between them. A blind man walks into a bar. And a table. And a door. And a staircase. My wife suggested I should do lunges to stay in shape. That would be a really big step forward. I was napping under a citrus tree. It was sublime. The other day I went to McDonald's and ate a kid's meal. His mom was pissed. What's both metal and non-metal? Irony. What do you call 100 rabbits walking backwards? A receding hairline. Why don't cannibals ever cook noodles? They prefer raw men. Imagine if Americans switched from using pounds to kilograms overnight. There'd be mass confusion. I'm tired of desktop gaming. I need a Switch. What do you call canned meat on the phone? A spam call. What is the least spoken language all over the world? Sign language. Welcome to Plastic Surgery Addicts Anonymous. I see we have some new faces here this week, and I must say I'm very disappointed. My wife didn't think I'd name our daughter something ridiculous. But I called her bluff. My cousin drowned last week. I went to his funeral in a life jacket. It's what he would have wanted. What do you call a retired miner? Doug. Did I tell you about my new lumberjack friend? He knows exactly how many trees he's cut down. Because he keeps a log. I was once kidnapped by a bunch of mimes. They did unspeakable things to me. I can sum up 2022 so far in one word. 6. Did you hear about the sad puppy that only eats cantaloupe? He's a little melancholy. What did the left eye say to the right eye? Between you and me, something smells. Why are skeletons always so calm? Because nothing can get under their skin. Why don't seagulls fly over the bay? Because then they'd be bagels. Can February March? No, but April May. I ate a kid's meal the other day. His mom was pretty upset. What do you call a Mexican that lost his car? Carlos. What was the chemical engineer arrested for? Assault and battery. A burglar stole all my lamps. I should be upset, but I'm delighted. MTV turns 40 this year. Thanks for 14 years of music. What did one hat say to another? Wait here. I'll go on ahead. It is okay to be frank with people. Or josh with them. But try not to rob or sue them. What color is the wind? Blue. Any joke can be funny with the right delivery. Except abortion jokes, because there is no delivery. I was telling my 7-year-old who is on summer break how tough it is for fish. Since they are in schools all year. What does a drummer name his children? Anna 1, Anna 2, Anna 3. What did Batman say to Robin before they got in the car? Robin, get in the car. Jokes about menstruation are not funny. Period. How much does Santa pay to park his sleigh? Nothing, it's on the house. My wife yelled at the librarian. The librarian had checked me out. My friend Tony asked me not to say his name backwards. I asked why not? Why did the hipster drown? He went ice skating on the pond before it was cool. Why would you say half dozen when you can just say 6? Because it doesn't matter. My local barber was arrested for dealing drugs in my neighborhood. I've gone to him for 5 years and I never knew he was a barber. The janitor at my office asked me if I wanted to smoke weed with him. I said no, thanks. I can't deal with high maintenance people. I accidentally drank a bottle of invisible ink last night. I'm in the hospital now, waiting to be seen. My son asked me, Dad, are we pyromaniacs? I responded, yes, we arson. My 4-year-old has been learning Spanish all year and he still can't say please. I think that's poor for 4. You should never iron a 4-leaf clover. You don't want to press your luck. Why people don't make chemistry jokes very often? Because they doubt if they would get a good reaction. Two fish are in a tank. One fish looks at the other and says, "You man the guns, I'll do the driving." I used to get so angry when I dropped ice out of the dispenser. But then I relax and realize it's just water under the fridge. My wife gave me an ultimatum. It's either her, or my addiction to sweets. The decision was a piece of cake. My dad recently got hired as an optometrist. His jokes are even cornier now. My wife wants me to blow air on her whenever she overheats, but honestly, I'm not a fan. What does the ocean say to the beach? Nothing, she just waves. I have a fear of speed bumps. I'm slowly getting over it. I got arrested for stealing a whole set of encyclopedias. I said to the police, "Wait, I can explain everything." How does a Jewish man make tea? He brews it. I was recently attacked by a group of clowns. The only way I could defend myself was to go for the jugular. I asked my German friend if he knew the square root of 81. He said no. Did you hear chicken strips are a currency now? They're legal tender. My ex said she needed space. So I bought her a new keyboard. Have you heard about the company that makes yardsticks? They won't be making them any longer. What rock group has 4 men who don't sing? Mount Rushmore. And God said to John, "Come forth and you shall be granted eternal life." But John came fifth and won a toaster. Why did the circle agree with the triangle? The triangle had a point. On rainy days, my wife thinks it's pathetic when I stare through the window. It would be less pathetic if she just let me in. My wife made me stop burning clocks. She was worried about all that second-hand smoke. I bought a perfume that has no fragrance. It makes no sense. Why is it against the law for an eagle to get sick? Because then they'd be illegal. Son, do you know what Grandpa told me right before he kicked the bucket? I'm going to kick this bucket. I got fired from the calendar factory. Just for taking a day off. Why was the letter H banned from this sub? Because people were complaining that a lot of jokes here weren't really H appropriate. I named my dog Achilles. He's pretty smart, except when I say he'll he plays dead. What did 50 Cent do when he was hungry? 58. Two limbo players walk into a bar and guess what happened next? They lost. Why is there no hide and seek championship? Because good players are hard to find. What did the piece of wood say when it had nothing to do? I'm bored. What did the cow say to the farmer? Moo. Did you hear about the claustrophobic astronaut? He just needed a little space. Someone ripped the 5th month out of my calendar. I'm completely dismayed. Did you hear about the referee that got fired from the NBA? Supposedly he's a whistleblower. When my wife caught me standing on the bathroom scales, sucking in my stomach, she laughed. "Ha! That's not going to help." I replied, "Sure, it does. It's the only way I can see the numbers." What word starts with E and ends with E, but only has one letter in it? Envelope. Do you know why we tell actors to break a leg? Because every movie has a cast. What is the fastest growing city in the world? Capital of Ireland. It's Dublin every day. Writing crime novels is an okay job. It has its pros and cons. When I was younger, I worked at a Honda dealership doing oil changes on other people's cars because my bosses told me to. Now I do it on my own accord. Edgar Allan Poe was never hungry. He was always ravenous. What do you get from a pampered cow? Spoiled milk. My wife left me for another guy. Now all that lies ahead is misery and despair. I feel really bad for him. I argued with the cashier my bill was $7.23 and not $723. He didn't get the point. All my problems with my wife are psychological. She's psycho and I'm logical. Yesterday I spotted an albino Dalmatian. It was the least I could do for him. My kid is blaming me for ruining their birthday. That's ridiculous, I didn't even know it was today. I bought my friend an elephant for her room. She said, "Thanks." I said, "Don't mention it." The guy I hired to pave my driveway has gone missing. Hope he resurfaces one day. I met a woman with 12 breasts. That sounds strange. Doesn't it? Why does one cow hate the other cow? They have some serious beef with each other. What's the difference between apples and orphans? Apples get picked. My doctor said in order to lose weight, I need to move every day. I'm getting tired of filling out all the change of address forms. I told my wife to start embracing her mistakes. So she hugged me. I went to a concert by the police. Turned out it was a sting operation. Little known fact that before crowbars were invented, most crows drank at home. No one could figure out who set the Cathedral of Notre Dame on fire. But Quasimodo had a hunch. My daughter told me Jim Morrison is overrated. I told her not to slam the doors in my house. I burned a few thousand calories today. I forgot the pizza in the oven. The advantages of easy origami are twofold. What's the difference between unlawful and illegal? Unlawful means against the law, while the other is a sick bird. Why wouldn't Oedipus use profanity? Because he kissed his mother with that mouth. I've just been to the hospital because I tripped over a box of Kleenex. I was okay. It was a soft tissue injury. Why do cannibals hate eating military men? Every once in a while they get a kernel stuck in their teeth. I am reading a horror novel in Braille. Something bad is going to happen, I can feel it. Our test tube baby just finished high school today. He's a graduated cylinder now. Why was the rifle unemployed? Because it was fired. What's the most helpful medical problem? A cyst. Our computers went down at work today, so we had to do everything manually. It took me 20 minutes just to shuffle the cards for solitaire. I pooped in an elevator yesterday. Took that shit to another level. I got married when I found Ms. Right. Little did I know, her first name was Always. The best gift I ever received was a broken drum. You can't beat that. Where did Noah store his bees? In his archives. Man, I love my recliner. We go way back. What does a robot do after sex? He nuts and bolts. Someone complimented my parking today. They left a sweet note on my windshield that said parking fine. Did you hear about the fight between 2019 and 2020? 2021. How do you wake up Lady Gaga? Poker face. What do you call someone who refuses to fart in public? A private tutor. What dinosaur has a wide vocabulary? A thesaurus. Why is prison the best place to put on a play? Because you have a captive audience. I have a friend who is really good at working with MS Office. Some might say he excels at it. I hate my job. All I do is crush cans all day. It's so depressing. I drive my kids to school every morning. One day, I'll have something to show for it. A small boy swallows some coins and is taken to a hospital. When his grandmother telephones to ask how he is, the nurse tells her, "No change yet." I was going to tell a joke about politicians. But it never gets the job done. How do you make a pirate angry? You steal his pee. A man was admitted to hospital after swallowing 6 plastic horses. His condition has been described as stable. Man. Every single post here is about the Suez Canal. People must be stuck in it. I've got a joke about Elton John. It's a little bit funny. I pulled a muscle swinging my pickaxe. It was a minor injury. A kid in a wheelchair stole my camouflage suit. He can hide, but he can't run. If teamwork makes the dream work, what does dream work make? Movies. Why don't cannibals ever cook noodles? They prefer raw men. Why can't humans hear a dog whistle? Because dogs can't whistle. What do plumbers say every time they fix a burst pipe? Water relief. If a group of killer whales plans an attack, was it orchestrated? I'm going to make a blanket statement. All comforters are comfortable. What do you call a prison where you only play cards? Solitaire confinement. The World Tug of War Championships have been abandoned after the contestants managed to knot themselves in the rope. The competition was declared a tie. I'm terrified of elevators. So I'm going to start taking steps to avoid them. Have you ever heard of the movie Constipation ? That's because it hasn't come out yet. What is ET short for? Because he has small legs. How many Mexicans does it take to change a light bulb? Just one. I got most of my dad jokes from my father. And he got them from his father. They really are some granddad jokes. Can anyone tell me what oblivious means? I have no idea. Why did the lettuce quit his job? He was denied a higher salary. I sued an airline when my luggage went missing. I lost my case. My wife told me I would hurt my arm beating the egg so hard. I told her, "Don't worry, it's worth the whisk." Within minutes, the detectives knew what the murder weapon was. It was a briefcase. When you pass away, what's the last thing on your body to die? Your pupils, because they dilate. I got fired from a calendar factory today. They didn't like it that I took a few days off. I just found out that the company that produces yardsticks won't be making them any longer. What's the fastest way to annoy a tailor? You push all his buttons. What is the least spoken language in the world? Sign language. What do you call an alligator attorney? A litigator. I asked my wife to pick 6 stems of asparagus from the garden. She came back with 7. The last one is just a spare, I guess. Although it is not illegal, why can't you take a picture of a man with a wooden leg in Canada? You have to use a camera. What do you call a unique fart in Egypt? A toot uncommon. Why shouldn't you buy broken candy canes? Because they aren't in mint condition. I asked my wife if I was the only one she'd been with. She said yes, all the others had been 9s and 10s. When I was young, I was poor. After years of hard work, I'm no longer young. My cousin failed to become a surgeon. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't make the cut. Someone asked me about my opinion on beaches. I said that I wasn't sure. Why is Pride Month always in the summer? Because pride cometh before the fall. My son asked me where the tallest building in town was. I said, it's the library. It has thousands of stories. I had a vasectomy because I don't want kids. Unfortunately, when I got home, they were still there. What exercise does a skeleton do at the gym? A deadlift. What happened to the fly on the toilet seat? It got pissed off. I told my son that I have 19 jokes about ducks. 18 are too foul to repeat, but this one just quacks me up. What does a lawyer call her daughter? Sue. I find pepper salesmen to be kind of pushy. They're always getting jalapeno business. An executioner strapped the prisoner to the electric chair. What happens next may shock you. A man rushed into a doctor's surgery, shouting, "Help me please, I'm shrinking." The doctor calmly said, "Now settle down a bit. You'll just have to learn to be a little patient." If pilgrims traveled on the Mayflower, what do college students travel on? Scholarships. What does Alexander the Great and Winnie the Pooh have in common? They both have the same middle name. My wife said she wanted me to be her daddy. So I disappeared. How do you make a dad joke? It's easy. The real question is, how do you make him stop? I am going to start a shop that sells disposable night tables. I'll call it the One Night Stand. Uncle Ben has just died. No more Mr. Rice Guy. Why is the Church of Satan tax exempt? They're a non-profit organization. Hey Dad, have you seen my sunglasses? No son, have you seen my dad glasses? How do you measure a red hot chili pepper? Give it away, give it away, give it away now. My wife says she's divorcing me because of my obsession with television dramas. But will she leave me? Find out next week. What happens to a secret when it gets a child? It becomes apparent. People who don't know the difference between entomology and etymology bug me in ways I cannot put into words. Did you hear about the chemistry department that adopted a stray dog as their mascot? Now it's a science lab. What do you call a pile of dress shirts that need to be ironed in the next 10 minutes? A pressing concern. What do you get when you cross the Atlantic Ocean with the Titanic? Halfway. It finally happened. Almost 40 and growing my beard out for the first time. Wife finally says, you know, I'm starting to like it. And I could finally say, yeah. It's growing on me. I took a Marvel version of those Which Character Are You? Quiz. I thought I would get Doctor Strange. I was wrong. I asked my wife if we spoiled the kids. She said that she thought they were supposed to smell like that. What kind of shoes do ninjas wear? Sneakers. I'm reading a book where the main character has a spine injury. That's their backstory. I'm reading a horror story in Braille. Something bad is about to happen. I can feel it. One of the Russian acrobats in our human pyramid group has been deported. We don't have Oleg to stand on. What does a priest do to keep fit? Exorcise. My kids made origami dinosaurs, then had them fight. I don't know how this will unfold. I sprayed a small branch with Teflon. It disappeared. Why don't pirates take a shower before they walk the plank? Because they just wash up on shore. One astronaut says to another, I can't find any milk for my coffee. The other astronaut replies, in space no one can. Here, use cream. Yesterday I told a great joke about undelivered mail. Nobody seemed to get it. These lax bail laws are making criminals more bold and dangerous. Last week one of these guys even stole the toilets at the local precinct. Right now the police have nothing to go on. What do you get a god for Christmas? An omnipresent. Why don't the galactic police ever pull over Light for speeding? Because they consider Light to be of no matter. To everyone who wants to make jokes about scissors, cut it out. What do the movies The Titanic and The Sixth Sense have in common? I see dead people. What happens when a brother beetle and sister beetle fall in love? Insects. What do you call a bear with no teeth? A gummy bear. Someone keeps leaving celery and rhubarb on my doorstep. I think I have a stalker. God initially planned to use wasps to make honey. But in the end, he went with Plan B. My grandfather was always terrible until I had my first child. Now he's a great-grandfather. You should never trust descending elevators. They always let you down. A police officer came to my door today. He told me he was looking for this man with one eye. I told him it'd probably go a lot faster if he used both. My nephew was released from jail on the condition that I am aware about his whereabouts at all times. I'm his Uncle Monitor. What do you call a computer that plays tennis? A server. I have a mosquito infestation in my house and there is only one group I can think to call. The SWAT team. I went on Ancestry.com and found out that my great-grandfather was from Transylvania. Now I can't even look at myself in the mirror. My friend thinks my jokes never land. I think they just flew over his head. How does a non-binary person kill someone? They slash them. In ancient Rome, there were 4 types of poison. Poisons 1, 2, and 3 would all kill you with varying degrees of pain. However, poison 4 would just make you really itchy. In high school, I was famous for writing my name in cursive. That was my signature move. My 11-year-old told me this last night. Hey, did I tell you my construction joke? I'm still working on it. How does the moon cut its hair? Eclipse it. I can tolerate algebra, maybe a little bit of calculus. But graphing is where I draw the line. We used to have a teacher's assistant named Ruth, but one day she left. After that, our teacher became ruthless. I just saw a hipster wearing 2 monocles, one on each eye. He made a spectacle of himself. My friend got attacked by a group of mimes. They did unspeakable things to him. Got a job at the guillotine factory. I'll be heading there shortly. I threw a ball for my dog last night. He looked great in a tuxedo. Have you heard about the contortionist with anger issues? They're always bent out of shape. What kind of eel likes Italian food? That's amore. My therapist told me I have problems verbalizing my emotions. Can't say I'm surprised. The Invisible Man went to the doctor's and asked the receptionist for an appointment. I'm sorry, but we can't see you today. My son ate a bunch of Scrabble tiles. My wife is scared, but I'm not. He should have a good vowel movement. His next diaper change could spell disaster though. Will glass coffins be a success? Remains to be seen. On the way to work today I was attacked by 6 dwarves. Not happy. Why do fathers take an extra pair of socks when they go golfing? In case they get a hole in one. The man that invented the staircase will forever be known as the stepfather. How late do the cows get to stay up? Past your bedtime. As someone who loves dad jokes, it is with a sad heart that I report that my wife and I have decided we don't want children. We are going to tell them at dinner tonight. In the UK, it's called a lift. Here in the US, it's called an elevator. I guess we're just raised differently. What do mermaids wash their fins with? Tide. I was going through the checkout when my card didn't work. The cashier said that I should try the card again. I looked down at my shirt and said, "But I like my polo." I had to explain it, but once she got it she thought it was hilarious. I'm very proud of this joke. My bowling league voted to unionize. Everyone wanted a strike. It's a 5-minute walk from my house to the pub. However, it's a 45-minute walk from the pub to my house. The difference is staggering. To the person who stole my place in the queue. I'm after you now. I'm scared of elevators. So I take steps to avoid them. The mechanic asked me if I've ever rotated my tires. How does he think I got here? What you call a person with no body and nose? Nobody knows. Why can't a farmer keep secrets on her farm? Because the corn has ears, the potatoes have eyes and the beans stalk. My prized show Tabby was about to win first prize at the cat show, but it all went south when he sat on the award. It was a catastrophe. I kept wondering why the ball was getting bigger. And then it hit me. One of my favorite memories is making sandcastles with my grandpa. Until my mom took the urn away. What do you call Batman when he's injured? Bruised Wayne. Want to know why there are so many people in Ireland? It's because the capital is always Dublin. Why do seagulls fly over the sea? Because if they flew over the bay, they'd be bagels. Don't waste your money on store-bought itch relief cream. The best itch relief is made from scratch. I don't trust stairs. Because they're always up to something. I didn't think orthopedic shoes were for me. But I stand corrected. How many Germans does it take to change a light bulb? A lot, because many Hans make light work. Did you guys hear about that Italian chef who died? He passed away. Why did the bullet lose its job? It got fired. I asked the doctor how warm we should keep our house so our newborn is comfortable. She said to keep it at womb temperature. I broke a finger today. Well, on the other hand, I'm okay. Don't you just hate it when you give someone a sincere compliment on their mustache? Then she suddenly stops talking to you. Did you hear about the guy who just couldn't figure out how to start a sentence? Yeah. He had real first word problems. If Will Smith gets cancelled for slapping Chris Rock, then he will have single-handedly ended his career. I was juggling 4 drills while on Snapchat today and dropped them on my phone. It's okay if you don't believe me, there's a lot of holes in my story. What do you say to get the tailor's attention? Ahem. My doctor said I had a bladder infection. He said, "You're in trouble." I accidentally used the dog shampoo today. I'm feeling like such a good boy. I have a friend who has hallucinations. I told him he should talk to a therapist, but he said he is already seeing people. What did God say to John? Come forth, my son, and claim eternal life. John came in 5th and won a toaster. The police arrested a demon last night. They got him on possession. My friend once told me, when one door closes, another one opens. Great guy. Terrible cabinet maker. What do you call a magician who loses his magic? Ian. Lance is a very uncommon name nowadays. But back in medieval times, people were called Lance a lot. Canadian alcoholics are very mad at me. The commercial said drink Canada Dry. Yesterday, I lost my sunglasses. If you look on the bright side. Tell me what you see. Finally, my winter fat is gone. Now, I have spring rolls. I ordered a pelican at a restaurant. The bill was enormous. Since it's the 4th of July, I just told my daughters they were named after George Washington. About 280 years after, to be precise. I'm going through a lot right now. Looking for my car. I can hear music coming out of my printer. I think the paper's jamming. It's too late to make Suez Canal jokes now. That ship has sailed. I asked an electrician to fix an electrical issue at my house. He refused. Which U.S. state has the highest laundry detergent usage? Washington. I saw male wigs on sale for $1. It's a small price to pay. What do you call a bike trail that shows no empathy? A cycle path. A farmer was counting his cows and got to 196. But when he rounded them up, they were 200. I lost a friend this week. I mean, I like hide and seek as much as the next guy, but he takes it way too seriously. I asked my wife if she wanted me to shred some cheese. She said that would be great. I told my dad about my mental health struggles. He told me I should look into therapy or a lobotomy. One has the cost spread out over time and the other is more upfront. What does a liar do when he's dead? He lies still. I decided to sell my vacuum. It was only collecting dust. I don't study the elements all the time. Just periodically. I noticed my wife and kids were wearing vests, so I put one on just so I could say vest day ever like a million times. Then I took it off just so I could mention that I wasn't as invested as they were. If Apple made a car, what would be missing? Windows. I have this condition where I can't stop telling airport jokes. My doctor says it's terminal. Today I saw two blind guys fighting. Should have seen their faces when I said my money's on the one with the knife. My wife told me that after this next load she's never doing laundry again. She just threw in the towel. What did the judge say to the dentist? Do you swear to pull the tooth, the whole tooth and nothing but the tooth? When I lived in town, it was a 5-minute walk to the bar. It was a 30-minute walk home. The difference was staggering. What did the dinosaur make his bathroom floor out of? Reptiles. I feel bad for the people that have climbed Mount Everest. Their lives have been downhill ever since. I feel sorry for the calendar. Its days are numbered. Why didn't the horizontal axis hang out around the vertical axis? He didn't want to run into his ex. What did the janitor say when he jumped out of the closet? Supplies. How many Germans does it take to screw in light bulb? 1. Germans are efficient and have no sense of humor. I had a couple coins in my wallet, so I donated it to global warming research. It's climate change. What do you get if you eat 3.14 cakes? Fat. You get fat. What do you call a security guard who plays chess? The night watch. Where do math teachers go on vacation? Times Square. My deaf girlfriend just told me, we need to talk. That's not a good sign. I just got hit by a can of soda. But I think I'm okay, it was a soft drink. I went to donate plasma today and was rejected. Boy, were my kids glad I came back with their TV. Did you hear about the Egyptian pharaoh who would always fart before he entered a room? His name was Tutankhamun. Someone told my girlfriend her beauty was average. I said that was pretty mean. If you boil a funny bone, what do you get? A laughing stock. Okay, I love Chinese food as much as the next guy. But you'll never convince me that a chicken fried the rice. My boss said you've been late 5 days this week. You know what that means, don't you? I said I certainly do. It's Friday. I went to the zoo today and found a baguette in a cage. I'm pretty sure it was bred in captivity. How do you kill a circus? Go for the juggler. My kids refuse to eat leftover tacos for dinner, so my wife asked me to throw them out. I did. Now I have no idea what to do with the tacos. Why can't orphans play baseball? 'Cause they don't know where home is. My wife said, I don't understand the science behind human cloning. I said, that makes 2 of us. Yesterday one of my best friends told me that I often make people uncomfortable by violating their personal space. It was really hurtful thing to say and completely ruined our bath. My caller ID said private caller, so I ignored it. I only pick up if it says lieutenant caller or higher. A superconductor walks into a bar. The bartender shouts, "Hey, we don't serve superconductors." The superconductor didn't put up any resistance. I hate my job. All I do is crush cans all day. It's just so depressing. Just got myself a new wig for $1. It was a small price to pay. How much did Santa pay for his sled? Nothing. It was on the house. Don't trust people that do acupuncture. They're backstabbers. Tequila might not be the answer. But it's worth a shot. When do trains do crazy things? When they have locomotives. A radio station called me at random and said they'd give me $10 if I could answer their trivia question. When they asked me to name 2 constructions that hold water. I choked under the pressure. Well, damn. Is all I could manage to say. I thought of a new color today. Turns out it was a pigment of my imagination. I asked my dad for his best dad joke. He replied, "You." Why is it okay for an ice company to commit fraud? Their assets are already frozen. My girlfriend broke up with me. So I stole her wheelchair. Guess who came crawling back? I've just outlined my birthday in neon yellow on the calendar, so my family will remember. It was the highlight of my day. I don't trust stairs. They're always up to something. There's a very fine line between the numerator and the denominator. Only a fraction of people can tell the difference. My banking app gives me lots of positive feedback. Every time I log in, it tells me my balance is outstanding. Just thought of this, sorry if it sucks. What do you call a man that tries to use magic to solve math? A math magician. Windmills are the most dangerous source of energy. They always have large blades. What do you call a divorce lawyer's file cabinet? The X-Files. What kind of lights did Noah have on his ark? Floodlights. Did you know 10 plus 10 and 11 plus 11 are the same? Because 10 plus 10 is 20 and 11 plus 11 is 22. A murderer is in your house. What do? Run to the living room. My daughter said she needed adult supervision. I told her she'd have to find someone else because I wear corrective lenses. My son said he wants to sleep with 1,000 women before he reaches 30. I said, don't be silly, you have to sleep with 30 first. The British call it a lift. Americans call it an elevator. They were raised differently. I decided to trace my pet frog's lineage. He's a bit English, a little Scottish, and a tad Pole. How do trees access the internet? They log in. My neighbor is afraid to grow a fruit tree. Told him to grow a pear. What do you call a herd of giggling cows? Laughing stock. Necromancy. It's a dying art. Why couldn't anyone understand the retired perfume maker? Because he no longer made sense. My dad used to have this wooden car. It had wooden wheels, wooden doors, Wooden handles, wooden lights. Guess what? It wouldn't go. Where do boats and ships go when they are sick? To the dock. When I'm stressed, I like to iron my clothes. It's a great way to let off steam. What's the difference between Iron Man and Aluminum Man? Iron Man stops the criminals. Aluminum Man just foils their plans. What's the best way to learn how to drive a locomotive? Training. Why didn't the toilet paper cross the road? It got stuck in a crack. My roommate asked me if I had any Q-tips. I told him I always draw an O first and then put the line on it. I have an idea for a chain of Elvis steakhouses. It will be for people who love meat tender. I tried to find a pun about carpentry. But nothing would work. It's Jamaican hairstyle day at work tomorrow. I'm already dreading it. I used to know a rabbi that never charged for circumcisions. He just worked for tips. I'm starting a charity today teaching maths to short people. It's called Making the Little Things Count. They warned me not to lean over the edge of that tower in Paris. Eiffel. Do you know why dad jokes are so important for your children? They make them fully grown. Needed a wee at the pool today, so I just did it in the deep end. Lifeguard noticed and blew his whistle so hard I nearly fell in. Why did the dad who went out for pasta get locked out? He had gnocchi. A slice of pie in Jamaica is $2. A slice of pie in the Bahamas is $3. These are the pie rates of the Caribbean. You call it an expiration date. I call it a spoiler alert. How do you make a tissue dance? Put a little boogie in it. I have a friend who is missing 3 toes and I cannot stand him. I guess that makes me lactose intolerant. What do you call a wig that costs only 25 cents? A small price to pay. My wife apologized for the first time ever today. She said she's sorry she ever married me. What's green and fuzzy, has 4 legs and if fell out of a tree could kill you? A pool table. What did 8 say to 3? Where's your other half? How do you circumcise a whale? Send down foreskin divers. Today I learned that if you're in a kayak and it flips over in the water, you can safely wear it on your head because it's capsized. I got kidnapped by a mime once. It did unspeakable things to me. The internet connection at my farm was really poor, so I moved the modem to the barn. Now I have a stable Wi-Fi. Two antennae recently married. The wedding was okay, but the reception was amazing. I got carded at a liquor store, and my Blockbuster card accidentally fell out. The cashier said never mind. You hear about the mind-controlled air freshener? It makes sense if you think about it. I have decided to kill off a few characters in the book I'm writing. It should make my autobiography much more interesting. I spent my entire life savings on pasta. It was worth every penny. When I get into work, I immediately hide. Good employees are hard to find. My roommate says our apartment is haunted by ghosts. But I've never seen any ghosts, and I've lived in this apartment for over a century. I went in for my yearly physical. The nurse hands me a cup. I ask, what do I do with this? She says, urinate. I replied, 1. I'm a 7 on a good day. 2. You know I'm married and that's inappropriate. 3. What is this cup for? When my sister got sent to jail, she threw a huge fit. She sat in a corner crying, refusing all food and drinks she was offered. After that, we decided to never play Monopoly again. Why are skeletons such bad liars? You can see right through them. I got my shoes from a drug dealer. I don't know what he laced them with, but I've been tripping all day. I bought a cheap thesaurus today. Not only is it terrible, it's terrible. My fortune teller told me that in 10 years I'd suffer a terrible heartbreak. So to cheer myself up, I bought a puppy. Last week paleontologists found the largest dinosaur tibia ever uncovered. They had a big party to celebrate. I heard it was quite the shindig. So I got a degree in Egyptology to teach Egyptology to people. I think it's a pyramid scheme. What do you call a hen that's looking at a pile of lettuce? A chicken sees a salad. What do you call a bee living in America? A USB. I started carrying a knife after an attempted mugging, a few years ago. Since then, my mugging attempts have been a lot more successful. A blind man walks into a bar. And a table and a chair. My brother took our sibling rivalry to a new level of pettiness when he cheated in our family limbo competition. I mean, really, how low can a person get? What did one tectonic plate say to the other when it bumped into it? Sorry, my fault. What has ears but cannot hear? A cornfield. I don't like math puns. But I will make one if I have to. Why are germs so good at math? They are great multipliers. I used to be really against organ transplants. Then I had a change of heart. My friend keeps telling me to cheer up, man, it could be worse. You could stuck underground in a hole full of water. I know he means well. How do you please a woman in bed? Let her sleep. My wife has accused me of stealing her thesaurus. Not only was I shocked, I was also aghast, appalled and dismayed. What's black and white and red all over? A zebra and a blender. Why can't drummers come back from retirement? Because there will be repercussions. Do flies shave? No, but beeswax. Would drinking invisible ink kill you? Remains to be seen. I don't like air conditioner jokes. I'm not a fan. Don't fart inside an Apple store. They don't have windows. What do you call a competition between lawyers? Attorney at law. How do you say bye to a vampire? So long, sucker. It is a 5-minute walk from my house to the bar, but a 45-minute walk from the bar to my house. The difference is staggering. I found a box in the basement with "Please retain for your records" written on it. It was a turntable. I broke my finger last week. On the other hand, I'm okay. What do you call a man that has been married and divorced multiple times? Lord of the Rings. I finally completed the first item on my bucket list. I have the bucket. Did you hear about the Swedish auto manufacturer that went out of business? It's a real sob story. What's the smallest kind of bear? The bare minimum. I tried suing an airport cause I lost my luggage. Lawyers kept saying I already lost my case. What food can blind people not have? Seafood. I am a social vegan. I'm avoiding meats. I tried applying for a loan at the Bank of Trigonometry. But I couldn't find a guarantor to co-sign the agreement. What do you call a murderer who is recently exfoliated? A smooth criminal. Do you know what the F in orphan stands for? Family. What does a fish say when they swam into a wall? Damn. What is an English teacher's favorite food? Synonym rolls. My friend went missing in a horse barn. We suspect foul play. I used to think my fingers were unreliable. But then I realized I could count on them. I wanted to tell my children a story about a ship that brings cars from one side of the river to the other. But then I noticed that they're too old for fairy tales. I really want to tell my joke about vampires. But it sucks. Did you hear what the drummer called his two daughters? Anna 1, Anna 2. I took my kid to a bouncy castle, and it was twice as expensive as last year. That's inflation for you. What do you call a bundle of hay in a church? Christian Bale. What does a gambler enjoy more than a holiday? A paradise. A dung beetle walks into a bar and asks, "Is this stool taken?" The Irish government is wealthy because its capital is always Dublin. Which runs faster, hot or cold? Hot. Everyone can catch a cold. Why did the old lady fall into the water hole? She couldn't see that well. I'd prefer it if you didn't cook eggs for breakfast. But I'll let you off this time. What happens when the number of bullies at school goes up? The mean increases. My grandfather had the heart of a lion. And a lifetime ban from the Cleveland Zoo. My wife has an irrational fear of live music. It's very disconcerting. "85% of Americans don't know how to do basic math. Thank God I'm part of the other 25%. I've been trying to tell everybody about the benefits of eating dried grapes. It's all about raising awareness. Where do you imprison a skeleton? In a rib cage. The police arrested my daughter claiming she had burnt our house down. But it was arson. My daughter is learning how to write numbers. She said to my wife, "Mommy, I don't remember how to do a 2. So I yelled out, "You just sit on the potty and push." They both ignored me. So now you all get to appreciate my joke instead. Whenever my artist boyfriend is sad, I let him draw things on my body. I gave him a shoulder to crayon. What's the difference between a well-dressed man on a bicycle and a poorly dressed man on a unicycle? A tire. A drummer had twin daughters. He named them Anna 1, Anna 2. I bought some shoes from a drug dealer. Don't know what they were laced with, but I was tripping all day. I met a woman who only had one leg. She called herself Eileen. My wife just told me to put the toilet seat down. I don't remember why I was carrying it in the first place. What do you call a happy cowboy? A jolly rancher. Why can't blind people eat fish? Because it's seafood. We've got the cheapest brake repairs in town. Once you start coming here, you won't be able to stop. From late 1978 to early 1979, there were widespread sales of camping equipment in the UK. It was known as the winter of discount tents. I don't mean to brag, but cashiers are always checking me out. What are the chances of a cow standing in a field getting struck by lightning? Medium rare. It's my 3-year Reddit anniversary. Getting karma should be as easy as cake. What is the most musical piece of furniture? The rocking chair. Yesterday, I saw a guy spill all his Scrabble letter tiles on the road. I asked him, "So what's the word on the street?" My boss said to me, "You are the worst train operator ever. How many trains have you derailed in the past year?" I said, "I'm not sure. It's so hard to keep track." What do you call a priest that's also a lawyer? A father-in-law. Someone threw a jar of mayo at me. And I was like, what the hell, man? My friend's girlfriend, Ruth, broke up with him. He's ruthless. The first ever person who successfully operated a patient was knighted. He was called Sir Jerry from that time onwards. I was really hungry today, so I launched my lunch into outer space. It made my sandwich meatier. My buddy was telling me a girl turned him down because he won't swim in the deep end of a pool. How shallow is that? Assuming he were alive today, why couldn't Abraham Lincoln be accused of a crime? Because he's innocent. Why did the caveman get dressed up? To go clubbing. My wife asked me if I wanted to watch Batman Forever on Netflix. I said, no, only for the next couple of hours. I made fish tacos today. But they ignored them and swam away. I never remember what people tell me at New Year's parties. It goes in one ear and out the other. The past, the present and the future all walk into a bar. It was tense. What's brown and sticky? A stick. What's the difference between a poorly dressed man on a unicycle and a well-dressed man on a bicycle? A tire. I sent my son to his room for saying that Jim Morrison is overrated. Nobody gets to slam the doors in my house. When the traffic is heavy, I always call my friend Will. Do you know why? 'Cause if there's a will, there's a way. My wife is really mad at the fact that I have no sense of direction. So I packed up my stuff and right. I called my horse Mayo. And sometimes mayonnaise. Google is so useless. I have been searching for lighters. It showed 3,654 matches instead. I dumped my last girlfriend because she was a communist. I should have known sooner. There were red flags everywhere. I own a sandwich shop and am desperate for workers. I have a lot of roles that need filling. What's the hardest part of making skimmed milk? Probably throwing the cows across a lake. A couple recently broke up in the middle of our local gym. Clearly didn't work out. A man with a missing right leg stole items from my garage while I was painting the floor. The cops caught him. He left footprints. I used to teach origami. But there was too much paperwork. My son asked me how often planes crash. Usually just once. Did you hear about the guy who tried to rob a bank with a statue? It was a bust. Did you know there's a city where everyone has the same blood type? Type A. Why won't a couple of clams share their food? Because they're too shellfish. I got fired from Subway yesterday for accidentally giving a customer the incorrect sandwich. Oops, wrong sub. A lumberjack walks up to a tree with an axe in his hands, ready to get to work. As he gets ready to swing, the tree starts to speak. Wait. Don't do it. I'm a talking tree. The lumberjack laughs and starts chopping away, saying, then you will dialogue. Why is it hard to tell if monsters are gay? Because they are in the closet. What do a tick and Eiffel Tower have in common? They are both parasites. My wife said my driving made her scribble all over her students' paper. I told her not to grade on a curve. I used to not believe in chiropractors. But now I stand corrected. I have been bored recently, so I decided to take up fencing. The neighbors keep demanding that I put it back. What is heavier? Water or butane? Water. Butane is a lighter fluid. My grandma fell into a barrel of vodka and rum, and now she's stuck. Don't worry, she's in good spirits. Did you hear about the scientist whose pants kept falling down? He won the Nobel Prize. What's the difference between a constipated owl and a bad marksman? The latter shoots but can't hit. Never shout into a colander. It'll strain your voice. I would love to write poetry. As beautiful as the prose. What kind of duck uses drugs? A quackhead. A vegan said to me, people that sell meat are gross. I said to the vegan, people who sell fruit and vegetables are grosser. What do you call a dating app for people with multiple divorces? Baggage claim. My grandpa would bowl a perfect game after smoking a whole pack of cigarettes. Boy, he had some lucky strikes. A psychic goes into a store. The shop employee hands her a sweater in size large, and she says it's too big. The employee asks how she knows without trying it on. The psychic replies, I'm a medium. My friend lost his car. I call him Carlos now. Just bought a dog from a blacksmith. As soon as I got him home, he made a bolt for the door. I just read that a man was shot dead with a starter pistol. Police say it might be race-related. I just got fired from my job at the keyboard factory. They told me I wasn't putting in enough shifts. Why did the rapper go to Whole Foods? Because he heard they have fresh beets. My daughter was having a pretend dinner party with her teddy bear, when she asked, "Do you want anything to eat, Mr. Bear?" In my best bear voice, I replied, "No, thanks, I'm stuffed." What's the difference between a sharply dressed man on a bicycle and a poorly dressed man on a unicycle? Attire. I got tired of my wife criticizing my sense of direction. So I packed up my things and right. My wife and I laugh about how competitive we are. But I laugh more. My wife blocked me on Facebook because I post too many bird puns. Well, two can play at that game. I've never trusted lizards. Right from the get-go. I'm trying to get all chairs banned. I stand up for what I believe in. Did you hear about the cross-eyed teacher? She couldn't control her pupils. Have you guys seen this new air freshener that works on mind control? It makes sense when you think about it. A bartender broke up with her boyfriend. But he kept asking her for another shot. How do you keep an idiot in suspense? Not sure, the guy never told me. What do you get if you cross Santa Claus and a duck? Lots of presents, and a large bill. I bought a wig for $1. It was a small price to pay. Why wasn't the wizard allowed to bring his wand into the employee lounge? Because it was staff only. Why did Mona Lisa go to jail? She was framed. What kind of horse does the Duke of Onions ride? A majestic stallion. What did the grape say when it was crushed? Nothing. It just let out a little wine. Once again I've entered the annual tightest hat competition in our town. This year I'm just hoping that I can pull it off. I told my doctor I thought my arm was broken, in several places. He said, well, you should probably avoid those places in the future. How does Moses make tea? He brews it. The cheapest meat is deer balls. They're under $1. Mr. and Mrs. Lee unexpectedly had their baby early. So they named him Sudden Lee. What did the shy pebble want? To be a little bolder. My wife tells me I have 2 major faults. I don't listen, and something else. Jeff, an Oxford comma, and a semicolon walk into a bar. They both had a great time. The man that gets shot from a cannon at the circus just retired after 20 years. They'll have a hard time finding another man of that caliber. What is brown, and rhymes with Snoop? Dr. Dre. Why don't you ever see elephants hiding in trees? Because they're so good at it. I went to the Wikipedia page on whales but it was blank. There was just a note saying citation needed. I'm reading a horror book in Braille. Something bad is going to happen. I can feel it. My wife keeps going to garage sales, but I always refuse to go with her. I actually really like our current garage. Sorry for being too lazy to look, but does anyone remember seeing the joke on this sub about the chiropractor? Someone posted it about a week back. Where is the best place to get a nose piercing? On the nose. I recently turned down a position making tables. I didn't fancy a desk job. Don't scream into a colander. It'll strain your voice. I get bitterly angry every time my cell phone dies. My therapist suggested I find an outlet. I don't think I have a poor memory. I don't remember forgetting anything. These days not a lot of people are named Lance. But in medieval times people were named Lancelot. It does not matter how kind you are. German children will always be kinder. If you become seriously depressed, try drinking a gallon of water just before you go to bed. That will give you a reason to get out of bed in the morning. Can anyone tell me why my post was removed? It's particularly frustrating because now my fence has fallen over. I have a lot of jokes about unemployed people. Sadly, none of them work. I was dating an FBI agent, but we broke up. She's my Fed ex. I wanted to make a joke about rubber bands. But it's too much of a stretch. I've learned what comes after death. Dictionaries really are a good source of information. Some bananas are difficult to open, which I find unappealing. Have you ever heard a puppy try to sing? It's a little rough. What do you call it when a cow saves someone from an accident? A case of bovine intervention. What is a clean vocal? Soap opera. I wasn't sure whether to have Chinese or Japanese for dinner. In the end, it was a tie. I wanted to make a joke about a drill. But there is always a boring bit. Why do plants hate maths? Because it gives them squared roots. A platypus walks into a bar owned by a duck. He finishes his drink, and asks for the check. Duck-billed platypus. A man walks into the doctor's office all panicked. "Doctor, I'm shrinking." The doctor replies, "Well, sir, you're going to have to learn to be a little patient." So what's it like living in the mountains? It's got its ups and downs. My wife suggested I get a telescope, since I was so interested in astronomy. I told her I'd look into it. My niece calls me Ankle. I call her my knees. The doctor told me my uncle died of blood loss because they couldn't find his blood type. The last words my uncle told me was to simply be positive. I will remember those words for the rest of my life. My uncle was very wise. How much does a chimney cost? It's free. It's on the house. What kind of dogs do programmers have? Computer labs. This year MTV turns 41 years old. Thanks for the 12 years of music. My least favorite job was garbage collector. I got zero training, they just said pick it up as you go. I met my wife when she was a zoo worker. I knew she was a keeper. What is the dumbest letter in the alphabet? U. I heard this joke about bears. To be honest though, it was grisly. A friend opened a strip club called the G-Spot. It closed after a week as most men couldn't find it. Did you hear about the two phones that got married? The reception was amazing. The inventor of the USB stick has died. Thanks for the memory. Bono and his bandmate walk into a bar. And the bartender says, "Not you two again." I've decided to put off my gender transition surgery until after I've gotten my linguistics degree. I'm a translator. Paper straws suck. But not as much as they should. I told my daughter that I finally watched a Korean show after she begged me to watch one and I loved it. I'm not sure why she was so upset when I told her the name of the show was MASH, though. I entered the national rage competition after being told I was easily angered, but lost to a guy who was much angrier than me. I was outraged. Don't ever start a pillow fight with death. You can't handle the repercussions. Did you hear that they finally made a documentary for clocks? It's about time. It takes 5 minutes to walk to the pub, and 35 minutes to walk back home. The difference is staggering. Discount dad joke. I have a coupon tattooed on my arm that I scan every time I buy groceries. Some people give me dirty looks, but then I redeem myself. I always keep my guitar in my car. It's good for traffic jams. I was a man stuck in a woman's body. Then I was born. What's the difference between ignorance and apathy? I don't know and I don't care. Why is the clock slow in the buffet room? It keeps going back 4 seconds. What do you call a cow that doesn't give milk? A milk dud, utter failure. Just seen a burglar kicking his own door in. He must have been working from home. What's a foot long and slippery? A slipper. I met my boyfriend at the zoo. He walked past in a uniform and I thought there's a keeper. My doctor told me I'm going deaf. The news was hard for me to hear. Music has made someone sick. Don't worry, it's only a minor disease. My daughter found out I replaced her bed with a trampoline. She hit the roof. A cheese factory had exploded in France. There was nothing left but debris. A girl approached me and told me that I have a hole in the bottom of my shoe. I'm in love. She saw right through my soul. If you think about it, every photo of farmland is cropped. I love telling jokes about pumpernickel. I guess I just have a wry sense of humor. Did you guys hear about the underwear thief? The police said it was a briefcase. What do you call a lazy baby kangaroo? A pouch potato. I like it when the earth rotates. It really makes my day. I ate a clock. It was very time consuming. Lucky I went back for seconds. Somebody just called me average. How mean. Where does the elephant pack its clothes? In its trunk. I said to my wife, I need to call the doctor today. Concerned, she asked, which doctor? I chuckled, no, the regular kind. My wife recently bought glass cookware from Jamaica. It was the Pyrex of the Caribbean. I used to live under a comedy bar. Joke's on me. I took my new dog with me to go on a duck hunt. Ducks ended up eating him. Shouldn't have brought a purebred dog. I was once in a band called the Sewing Machines. I was lead singer. Did you hear about the little person who used his psychic abilities to escape prison? He's a small medium at large. My uncle was in a band called the Hinges. They supported the Doors. A genie granted me one wish, so I wished to be happy. Now I live with 6 dwarves and work in a mine. Why is dark spelt with a K and not a C? Because you can't see in the dark. For my birthday, my brother bought me an elephant for my room. I said, thanks. He said, don't mention it. My grandfather once told me, when one door closes, another opens. Great man, terrible cabinet maker. Did you know Bruce Lee has a faster older brother? Suddenly. I like my coffee how I like my slaves. Free. If you pee your pants, you're in trouble. The first computer was used by Adam and Eve. The first computer ever was used by Adam and Eve. It was an Apple. It had only 1 byte and then everything crashed. I just got fired from my job as a set designer. I left without making a scene. Why did the chicken walk under the cow? To get to the other side. Many people don't take climate change seriously. It would be cooler if they did. I married my wife for her looks. Just not the one she's been giving me lately. The salesman at the furniture store told me, this sofa will seat 5 people without any problems. I said, where the hell am I going to find 5 people without any problems? Have you heard the rumor about butter? Never mind, I probably shouldn't spread it. Thanks for explaining the word many to me. It means a lot. Who can drink 10 liters of petrol and not get sick? Jerry can. Why was the teddy bear never hungry? Because he was always stuffed. My teenage daughter is annoyed because she is unable to think of any multiples of 2. She can't even. Where does a dog go when it loses its tail? A retail store. A golfer should always wear 2 pairs of pants. In case he gets a hole in one. When I think about a word that starts with the letter N, nothing comes to my mind. What's worse than raining cats and dogs? Hailing taxis. Since they have Batman shampoo, why do we not have conditioner Gordon? I'm starting to write a book about a tornado disaster. It's just a draft at the moment. What do you call it when Batman skips church? Christian Bale. Why do dogs float on water so easily? Because they're good buoys. How do you tell an alligator from a crocodile? You see them later, or after a while. Everyone should skydive without a parachute at least once. It really is a once-in-a-lifetime experience. I told my wife I wanted to move to Switzerland. When she demanded I give her my reasons, I said, well, first off, the flag's a big plus. I got bored watching the Earth turn. So after 24 hours, I called it a day. Why do programmers prefer the dark? Because the light attracts bugs. I am very grateful and thankful to student loans for getting me through college. I don't think I'll ever be able to repay you. What is a kidnapper's favorite shoe? White Vans. Two ducks are sitting in a pond. One duck says quack. The other duck says, hey, I was just going to say that. Where did Noah keep his bees? In the archives. What did Della wear? Her New Jersey. Why don't thieves understand sarcasm? They take things literally. I feel like the Michelin Man. I'm tired. A sweater I bought was picking up static electricity. So, I returned it to the store. They gave me another one free of charge. My vaccine dad joke failed. But it was worth a shot. What did the cannibal get when he was late for dinner? The cold shoulder. Wife told me to take the spider out instead of killing it. We had some drinks, cool guy, wants to be a web developer. Why can't you explain puns to a kleptomaniac? They take things, literally. Why are your keys always in the last place you look? Because you stop looking for them. I just got this amazing pen that can write underwater. It can write other words, too. What do ants take when they want to hallucinate? Antacid. How did Captain Hook die? He wiped his bum with the wrong hand. Someone gave me an air guitar for free. No strings attached. Did you hear about the math student that was afraid of negative numbers? He'll stop at nothing to avoid them. A whole lot of books just fell on my head. I have only my shelf to blame. Stop looking for a perfect match. Use a lighter. What do you call a small wound? A shortcut. Apparently there was a mass shooting at the Gap. There were a lot of casualties. I wanted to tell a good chemistry joke. But the good ones are gone. What's yellow and hurts when it gets in your eye? A bulldozer. You know you can get iron and carbon for the price of one alloy? What a steal. There are 2 reasons why you shouldn't drink toilet water. Number 1 and number 2. My dog used to chase people on a bike a lot. It got so bad I had to take his bike away. Nine months really isn't that long. It just feels like a maternity. How do you get down from an elephant? You don't. You get down from a goose. My son just told me to stop making up things about him. Which is strange, because I don't have any kids. How do you stay warm in any room? Go into the corner, it's 90 degrees. Have you seen the movie called Constipation? It hasn't come out yet. Somebody broke into my house and only stole my coffee, my lamp and my parrot. I don't know how they sleep at night. To the person who invented zero. Thanks for nothing. I just received a notice that I could win $10,000 in a fishing tournament that I could enter at no charge. I thought, I know there's a catch somewhere. There was a man fixing a sewer hatch outside my building today. I walked past expecting a cat call or wolf whistle, and to my surprise he politely wished me a good day. Must have been a civil engineer. I used to be addicted to soap. But I'm clean now. Never ever spell part backwards. It's a trap. What do you call a dad that has fallen through the ice? A popsicle. How much does it cost for Santa to park his sleigh? Nothing, because it is on the house. Had to stop at the gas station to fill my tires. They raised the price to $1.50. I just can't believe the cost of inflation these days. Why doesn't the Pope want to be cremated? He's not dead yet. Why do programmers hate light theme? Because light attracts bugs. A spark plug walks into a bar. And the bartender says, "Don't you go starting anything." I've found a job helping a one-armed typist do capital letters. It's shift work. I swallowed a penny once. It tasted horrible, but at least I was finally worth something. I offered to tell my daughter 12 dad jokes. But she doesn't want to hear them. I want to tell you about a girl who only eats plants. You've probably never heard of her before. If you're heading to the bathroom, you're Russian. When you're done with the bathroom, you're Finnish. So what are you when you're in the bathroom? European. Found my son writing words of advice on my tire and I was puzzled. Turns out it was a wheel of fortune. My mom is a hoarder and refuses to throw out her old magazine collection. She has a lot of issues. Why did no one laugh when the king farted in front of his court? Because noble gases do not cause reactions. I just received my first job offer in the condiment industry. I relish the opportunity. How do you keep Canadian bacon from curling in your pan? You take away their little brooms. I ran into my friend Mark who stole my dictionary. I said, "Mark, my words." Whiteboards are the greatest classroom innovation since blackboards. But they're both remarkable. Giraffes can never apologize to each other. It takes them too long to swallow their pride. To the person who stole my MS Office license. I will find you. You have my word. A guy walks into the bank, pulls out a gun, points it at the teller and screams, "Give me all your money or your geography." The teller replies, "Don't you mean history?" The robber says, "Don't change the subject." My 5-year-old got me today. How do you fix a pumpkin? With a pumpkin patch. My email password has been hacked again. That's the third time I've had to rename the dog. The ancient Greek mythical character Chiron was a half-horse, half-human doctor, thus making him the centaur for disease control. If you say the word gullible really slow, it sounds like orange. You've probably heard about baby bears being called bear cubs, but do you know what they call bear embryos? Bare minimum. I'm unhappy with Prime Day. Amazon Prime Day is on the 21st. I personally would not partake of Prime Day unless it were on the 2nd, 3rd, 5th, 7th, 11th, 13th, 17th, 19th, 23rd, 29th, or 31st. What do you call a music writer after they die? A decomposer. What did the police officer say to his belly? "You're under a vest." Why did the frog take the bus? His car got towed. I decided to buy new headphones. It was an audacious move, but it was a sound decision. I ended things with my communist girlfriend. Too many red flags. I really don't trust stairs. They're always up to something. Russian roulette is easy to win. Everyone I've spoken to who's played said they won. What sound does a witch's car make? Broom broom. To whoever gave me a cheap dictionary for my birthday. I can't find the words to thank you. I got mugged by 6 dwarves last night. Not happy. My friend told me I should be Billy Joel for Halloween. I told him I'd have to get a piano, man. What kind of people cannot become pilots? People with terminal illness. What do you call a fish with no eyes? Blind. My wife asked me to put ketchup and mustard on the grocery list. Now I can't even read the thing. I left my ex-wife because she would not stop counting. I don't know what she is up to now. What are the strongest days in the week? Saturday and Sunday, the rest are weekdays. How did Grandma know it was autumn? She had a fall sensor. Bread is a lot like sun. It rises in yeast and sets in waste. Mountains aren't just funny. They're hilarious. Why did Walter White crash his car? Because Breaking Bad. Boss told me to dress up for Halloween when coming in for my shift. Dressed up as the Invisible Man. I'm currently reading a book about the life of Henry Ford. It's an autobiography. The sign in the bathroom said employees must wash hands. I got tired of waiting for one, so I washed my own hands. I had a great dream of a new color last night. I was quite frustrated when I woke up and it turned out to have been a figment of my imagination. How many drugs did Charlie Sheen do? Enough to kill 2.5 men. A cow wandered into a marijuana patch. The stakes had never been higher. What happens if someone slaps you at a high frequency? It hurts. I just donated $100 to an organization for blind kids. What gets me is that they will never see a penny of it. From now on, I will avoid food that gives me diarrhea. It's a solid plan. Why are electric cars so expensive? Because they charge a lot. My wife yelled at me, "Are you even listening to me?" I said that's a funny way to start a conversation. Whoever stole my depression medication. I hope you're happy now. A turkey is about to cross the road. When suddenly the chicken appears and says, "Don't do it, man, you'll never hear the end of it." Why has climate change caused an increase in auditions to films? Because the media keeps telling everyone to act now. I accidentally left my triplets at a Chili's restaurant. I want my baby back, baby back, baby back. How did the one-armed man save the world? Single-handedly. I have been asking around what the lowest rank in the army is, but no one would tell me. Apparently it is private. Which laptop sings the best songs? Adele. How did Vikings communicate centuries ago? They used Norse code. Should we create an English word for the day after tomorrow? Or would that be too forward-thinking? Just spent $100 on a belt that doesn't fit. Huge waste. People are usually shocked that I have a police record. But I love their greatest hits. Fell down on my driveway and my kids just laughed. What a slap in the face. I had fond memories of making sandcastle with my grandpa. But Mom told me to leave his urn alone. Two muffins are in an oven. One muffin says to the other, "Is it getting hot in here?" The other muffin says, "Oh my God." A talking muffin. Why did the barber publicly apologize? He was trying to shave face. What is the best angle from which to approach any problem? A triangle. How do you turn a garden salad into a Caesar salad? You stab it 23 times. My daughter recently went on a date with someone who wore a mushroom costume. A lot of people think it's weird, but I think it's nice that she's dating some fun guy. How do you keep warm in a cold room? You go to the corner. Just as a reminder, spiders aren't insects. In fact, most of them aren't religious at all. I accidentally sprayed deodorant in my mouth. Now when I talk I have a weird accent. My ex-wife still misses me. But her aim is getting better. What's the most boring instrument? The humdrum. I saw a woman in Walmart with March Madness teeth. She was down to the final four. Which people like to eat snails? Those that don't like fast food. How can you tell the difference between an Indian and an African elephant? One of them is an elephant. People think grass don't be wet in the morning. But it do. It's a 5-minute walk to the bar and a 45-minute walk home. The difference is staggering. I invented a new word. Plagiarism. Why do nuns always wear the same thing? It's a habit. When you tell one too many corny jokes. I'm calling the crops. I know a handful of jokes in sign language. I guarantee no one has ever heard them. Where do football players go for new uniforms? New Jersey. Yesterday a clown opened a door for me. It was such a nice gesture. I used to make friends fast. They all starved to death. My wife is leaving me because I'm beginning to go bald. I don't mind because it's hair loss. Why do you have to act so quickly in a flood? Because it's an emergency. What do you do with a dead chemist? You bury him. My son knocked a picture of himself off the shelf. He looked devastated. I told him, "Don't worry about it, champ. Pick yourself up." How does a programmer lose his mind? Bit by bit. Why was the rabbit so happy? Because some bunny loved him. What does a clock do when it's hungry? Goes back 4 seconds. My dad just told us that he wants his next birthday party to be exactly a minute long. It's his 62nd birthday. Why should you never marry a tennis player? Love means nothing to them. I'm going to make a website where you can report poorly maintained footpaths. Going to call it TripAdvisor. Do you know what to do when you're in a cold room? Just go stand in a corner. They're usually 90 degrees. I'm trying to come up with a joke about a diamond. It's actually really hard. Why did the coffee go to the police? He was mugged. Why do birds fly south for winter? Because it's too far to walk. Why did the birthing coach buy a red Corvette? She was having a midwife crisis. I don't think vodka will keep me up. But it's worth a shot. Where do pirates get their hooks? Second-hand stores. You'll never guess name of the medieval knight who wielded the crowbar. Surprise. There once was this king who was only 12 inches tall. He didn't make a great king, but he was a great ruler. It's been months since I bought the book How to Scam People Online. It still hasn't arrived yet. What do you call a network of shy people? A nervous system. You can't plant flowers if you haven't botany. Where do terrorists go when they die? Everywhere. Who else is cheering for Switzerland in the Olympics? So much to like about the country. I mean, even the flag is a big plus. What did one annoyed tornado say to the other? This blows. In ancient times, people watched the earth spin for 24 hours. They got bored though, so they called it a day. My buddy went bald years ago, but still carries around an old comb with him. He just can't part with it. What do lawyers wear to court? Lawsuits. "100 years ago, everyone owned a horse and only the rich had cars. Today, everyone has cars and only the rich own horses. The stables have turned." The water got turned off at my friend's house. I told him to get well soon. I used to be addicted to soap. But I'm clean now. Why do zoos have the best sourdough? Because it's bred in captivity. I stabbed my salad 23 times. It is now a Caesar salad. What did the Indian kid say to his mother before he left the house? Mumbai. Archaeologists just excavated an ancient bank. It put them in financial ruin. Everyone knows Albert Einstein was brilliant. His brother Frank, though, was a real monster. Do you know why it's called almond milk? Because nobody would buy it if it was called nut juice. Why do cows wear bells? Because their horns don't work. The police came around last night and told me my dogs were chasing people on bikes. I told them my dogs don't even have bikes. What color is the wind? Blue. I accidentally drank from a jar of invisible ink. I'm currently at the hospital waiting to be seen. My son will be turning 20 tomorrow. I told him the past 7 years will end up being just a teeny part of his life. Graveyards are so noisy. I guess it's because of all the coffin. My wife gave birth to our son in the car on the way to the hospital. We named him Carson. What sound does a cow make when it runs out of milk? None. There is utter silence. What's the first game a baby plays? An escape womb. What does a sea monster eat? Fish and chips. I got fired on my first day at the bank. A customer asked me to check her balance, so I pushed her over. What did Poop say when P asked to join his gang? Urine. I farted on my wallet this morning, hoping it added gas money. Very disappointed to find out that the universal remote control I bought does not control the universe. Not even remotely. I went out with an archaeologist. I had to stop seeing her because she kept dating other people. What is Will Smith's favorite TV show? Everybody Hates Chris. Pupils are one of the last parts of the body to stop working after you die. They dilate. One of my daughters wants to marry the mailman. But I won't let her. My boss asked me to name the next 24-hour period. I worked on it a while and then called it a day. I overheard a man order a sundae with nuts, but no ice cream. To me, that's just nuts. I just moved out of my parents' house, and they gave me some of their kitchen supplies. They're always encouraging me to take risks. Why did the paranoid fencer only use a saber? He had thrust issues. Went to a restaurant with my parents and they were arguing about whether ordering the fries or salad were better to go with the meal, so they asked me my opinion. I said, "Oh, no. I'm not picking sides." So I figured out why the Apple car has been delayed for so long. No windows. I used to be a big metal fan. But, with recent revelations, I have discovered that I am an air conditioner. How does Moses make his tea? He brews it. I'm serious. That is rarely how he does it. I said to my sister, "Did you know there's a computer currently calculating all the digits of pi?" She asked, "When did it start?" I told her at 3 this was an actual conversation me and my sister had, lol. I think I just fell in love with my respiratory therapist. She took my breath away. Why do pirates carry a sword? Because swords can't walk. A music composer committed suicide. He didn't even leave a note. What did the janitor say when he came out of the closet? Supplies. Two goldfish are in a tank. One says to the other, "Do you know how to drive this thing?" What's a racist's favorite type of bread? Gluten-free, because they are intolerant. How do you make holy water? You boil the hell out of it. Never date a tennis player. Love means nothing to them. Why do socket wrenches make bad lovers? All they do is nut and bolt. My wife asked me to put ketchup on the shopping list. Now I can't read anything. Mahatma Gandhi, as you know, walked barefoot most of the time, which produced an impressive set of calluses on his feet. He also ate very little, which made him rather frail, and with his odd diet, he suffered from bad breath. This made him a super calloused fragile mystic hexed by halitosis. I went to Starbucks and asked for a medium roast. The barista said I had small ears. I hate when I drop butter on the floor. It always lands butter side down. Why don't pirates take a shower before walking the plank? They'll just wash up on shore. A cheese factory exploded in France. Debris was everywhere. A man sprayed me with water the other day. I said, "Thanks, mister." Today I learned that you can use a canoe as a hat if you tip it over. Because it's a capsized. Why was the math book a terrible therapist? It had too many of its own problems to solve. Dad stopped wearing glasses. He said he's seen enough. A dwarf walks into a bar. He hits his head and falls down. I know you were expecting a better joke, but the bar was set too low. What do you call a policeman in bed? An undercover cop. A horse and a mare were together for years. I guess they were in a stable relationship. Did you hear about the FBI agent who started his own raincoat company? It was called the Wetness Protection Program. The man that invented the Ferris wheel never met the man that invented the merry-go-round. They traveled in different circles. I asked my daughter to give me a phone book. She laughed, called me a dinosaur, and lent me her iPhone. So, the spider is dead, the iPhone is broken, and my daughter is furious. Do you know what Baroque is? It's when you don't have any Monet. What's the opposite of a croissant? A happy uncle. I keep missing my ex. I need to improve my aim. Why was the Mona Lisa being tried for murder? Because she was framed. Want to hear a pun about ghosts? Excellent. That's the spirit. Why is there a fence around a cemetery? 'Cause people are dying to get in. What's the favorite type of pasta among people who cheat to win awards in Broadway theater? Rigatoni. What do you call a flying priest? A bird of prey. I'm going to open a specialty furniture store that only sells pieces designed for putting your feet up. I'm calling it the Ottoman Empire. What are the strongest days of the week? Saturday and Sunday. The rest are weekdays. I'm tired of people complaining about $7 beers, $10 parking and a $20 cover charge. Don't like the prices, stop coming to my house. My fencing opponent laughed at me for bringing a block of cheddar to a sword fight. Until he discovered it was extra sharp. I recently joined the popcorn army. I've already been promoted to colonel. I proposed to my girlfriend at the gym and she said no. I guess it didn't work out. What do you call the pink fleshy bits between sharks' teeth? Slow swimmers. I thought I got bit 8 times by bugs today. It ended up being just one bite. How do you organize a space party? Plan it. My friend told me he's worried about his guitar playing addiction. I told him don't fret. A robber recently broke into a university library and stole $20,000 worth of college textbooks. Luckily, the authorities managed to safely return both textbooks back to the library. You'd think a snail would be faster without its shell. It's actually more sluggish. Went to go see what was blocking my door from closing. It was a jar. I'm Bob Jeffey. And that's 5,000 dad jokes for you. Thanks for listening and please share this episode with your friends. I'm off for a drink. Hey listeners, I have launched a new podcast called Daily Shower Thoughts, showcasing random, amusing and mind-bending epiphanies. So please join me and my co-host, Lorelei Stewart, for a daily dose of shower thoughts. Search for Daily Shower Thoughts in your podcast app or check the show notes page for more info. The Daily Dad Jokes podcast is produced by Classic Studios. See the show notes page for social media links and joke credits.